think, doing a UFODAP test here at about 2 o'clock. Running on a whole different computer system right now. Waiting for the stream to stabilize. Let's see if we got 4K running. Hey Renee, how you doing? Let me get this chat set up. I am running on a whole different computer system right now. I'm running on this one, which I moved. I got off that other one because I didn't like how it wasn't that reliable. This one has a hell of a lot more memory. So I'm rebuilding the network off of this. Alright, let me get this chat fixed. I had to rebuild the whole chat too. Everything from whatever worked on the other computer had to get ported into the new computer. So this is just about ready. Everybody watched last night's. Yeah, I'm gonna be discussing that a bit. I don't know, it wasn't what I really expected. I think we all expected a smoking gun. How many of us told their friends the cover up was about damn? Hey, thanks. I got a mic this way because I have to look this way. So I got a different mic, and then I got this other one. So I'm running like a few mics, so the voice should be good. Yeah, I'm gonna get that whole thing about summoning UFOs. God damn. To talk about putting Prophet Yahweh, those dudes make Prophet Yahweh look fucking sane. I mean, and that motherfucker was cray. I mean, summoning UFOs. Shit, if that's real, people would have stumbled upon that by accident. So let me check the 4K on here. Oh yeah, all right. So I brought this up before. I went out and I bought. One of the viewers mentioned to get a better router, so I did, and I spent like $300 on it, and then I realized I didn't need it. I couldn't actually use it because I need a VPN to get into work, and it didn't support VPN. So I just got a free one from Cox Communications, and for some reason I'm pumping 4K right out. So cool. That's what I wanted to do. I mean, it's called 4K skywatching, right? We got skywatching 4K. So after about a month, we're doing that finally. So I'm bringing everything. The cameras I'm bringing in one at a time. I got I don't even know how to say this right. Dahua, whatever the hell it's called. I got this camera back. Man, I spent a lot of time with this thing busted. Now I think about it. This camera broke several months ago when Chris Donald came over, and the cosmic watches busted, and they're broke for good. And this Dahua camera, the green one out, shipped it in, came back, and the PTZ didn't work. Finally shipped it back to them, and I got back a whole different camera. This is not the same camera. This camera's brand new, and I know because I took the ends and I split them off with a scissor. There's a bunch of different ends that come, and I don't need them, so I didn't want them like touching, so I cut them all off, those back. And then also when you bring up the model number, it's a whole different model number, but same zoom, HD. So I got a fresh UFODAP camera. So I'm going to be attempting to dial that in. But when I plugged it in yesterday, shit, man, it worked like crap. Hey Terry, how you doing? I was getting not even 1 frame per second out of it. But I've been down this road before, so what's going on is in the other living room where I did a lot of updates this year. I have a power over Ethernet switch, a PoE switch, PoE, and what that does is on these RJ45 lanes, there's like 8 wires in here. Sometimes there's only 4 used, usually 6. A couple are data, a couple are power. I think I got the reverb fixed. I gotta check some of the monitors, so I might actually have a television. Oh yeah. There's only 10 TVs in this room. That one's down, that one. So anyway, this PoE switch has 16 ports, so you think, well, you can plug in 16 devices. Well, you can. Problem is if you try to look at these on the network, they're not going to work. So I'm not sure what's going on. I have a gig down of bandwidth. Right now I got 50,000 K up, so yeah, I'm streaming in 4K really good. So the deal is when I get about 3 of these cameras plugged in, it overloads. So what I'm doing with the NVRs is I power 2 of them completely down, so they're not doing anything. But if you plug too many of these power things in there, overloads. So when I plugged this one in, it was the straw that broke the camera back. So what I did is we're only using this camera today for a bit, and then I'll plug them in one by one. What I'm wondering is maybe I should just split the PoE, like get, instead of 16 port, get a couple of 8s. Shit, I don't know. Hey Jenny, yeah, we all, Jenny, we got in the chat, we got Terry Hall, we got Jennifer. Jennifer's a geologist who lives down in Tucson. She's actually tougher than the character of Ripley in Aliens. This is a woman who could kick probably most people's ass in the military, I would think. She's tough. She sleeps underground in caves for days. You know, yeah. So we went on an expedition up. It was a UFO hunt. Turned out a Bigfoot hunt, but it was fun for a while. Went up there. So anyway, we're going to do some UFODAPing. The smoking gun apparently didn't come out yesterday. That was it was fun to watch. It was a lot of fun to watch from a UFO entertainment. But I think a lot of us were expecting a little higher caliber of smoking gun. But then when you think about it, it doesn't make any sense. The Department of Defense is not going to let a television show announce 4 days in advance that we have, you know, UFO retrieval stuff. I kind of was hoping, you know, I lost faith in some of these whistleblowers. And then I'm like, oh, cool, they're real. And then I watch them like, shit, they're just here to make money. Right, this guy who came out, this Mr. Barker guy, is only doing this because he wants to get some more bucks coming in. I mean, these people could give a shit about the UFO cover-up until they got rent payments or something. And the other thing, I've been this disappointed since watching Gerardo open up Al Capone's vault. This was basically the UFO version of Gerardo opening the vault. Rush Coulthard knocked himself down a bit because if he tries this again, who the hell's going to believe him? I won't. What next? We get, instead of 10 seconds of footage or 5, we get 15 seconds of footage and shit. I mean, that footage, when I first saw it, it looked like the egg. I thought, what are they doing, dropping this on grass? But then I realized, no, it's not grass. There's no grass out in deserts. I couldn't see a single cactus. I couldn't see anything that looked like desert there. There was no truck. There was no people this was being dropped off to. Apparently, this guy shot it through the floor of the helicopter, right? So, and it's illegal to leak your own footage, but he gave the footage. So the whole thing's murky. I'm glad it happened, but at the same time, there was just smotherings of barbecue bullshit sauce all over that. One thing is televisions aren't documentaries. For anybody who's been on a TV show and you see how the sausage is made and then you watch the final product, these aren't made for hardcore ufologists. These are made for the people you work with that are on the fence that really don't believe this stuff. These are made for your family members. These are made for religious people. These are made for all of the people who aren't watching this type of chat, to bring them up to speed and to sensationalize this. When you work with some of these producers, one producer actually told me, we do not give a shit about you or these UFOs. Let me tell you, I work on UFOs, I work on this show, that show, this show, that show. All we care about are these commercials that pay the bills. And we'll go from YouTube to something else. We don't care. I mean, that was blunt, but that was actually pretty real. That's all they cared about last night was those commercials on News Nation that paid the bills. Text messages. Shit, I just got my phone. I just took my phone in. I got swapped out. This is pretty. Had this iPhone for a couple of years. I don't know if I'll ever get one again. Check this out. I took this apart. I didn't know that the whole thing was shattered. It's cracked. My wife's phone is fucking $1,200 phones you dropped and made out of fucking Chinese fortune cookies. Let's see what you got, Terry. I'm gonna power up UFODAP here in a second, but yeah, that skywatching where they can summon a UFO. Okay, I'm just gonna come out. That was a bunch of shit. I shoot videos better than that on a weekly basis, and I don't summon them. I just point cameras in different directions and wait. So if you have the power to summon a UFO, you gotta top Prophet Yahweh. That's the baseline. And you better be able to top people who can't summon UFOs. That was just basically, when they called it psionics, that was just a euphemism for CE5. But yeah, that was what I think they should have did on that show is they should have just stuck to, here's the footage, let's get into as much details as we legally can, and that's it. As soon as they brought up that the guy had some kind of experience, I thought, oh, here's where Schirmer and Mick West are going to come right in. And then they went on and on and on and on. I'm like, they're not going to believe this if you get into the woo. So they got right into the woo, and I thought, shit. Too bad. The other thing is this was our best shot, right? If they had something better, they would have showed it. You don't save your best shit for if you can get a television show. You use it now, and you get all your money that you can get from those commercials and Lucky Charms and stuff. But this was the best footage. If they had anything better than this, we would have saw it. So there's nothing better, smoking gun-wise, than this. Mr. Barber, he said that he kind of could fill in some of the gaps with the whistleblowers, right? So that means he knows them all. And now I was thinking about putting a graphic up about all these guys and all the whistleblowers. So if we go 30 whistleblowers Corbell, 30 whistleblowers Greer, 30 Gary Nolan, 30 David Grush, Rick Doty claims he has 90, right? Right. So if you add all these up, these aren't 30, 30, 30, 30, or 90, and then we got like 210. These are the same 30 guys, right? Same 30 people. They all kind of know each other. A lot of them served together. So this is what we got. So there's nothing coming. I mean, there's nothing coming. I guess we know now that there's nothing coming in 2027. This was made up completely by retired CIA analyst Jamie Rodriguez. He made all this up, so we can pin all this back on him. He started this on podcasts. Then this rumor grew out of control, and Jeremy Corbell said in a different show down in Washington, the TMZ one. I didn't even know TMZ did a show, and that one's a hell of a show, very entertaining. Watching him just melt down. He said there's nothing coming in 2027. That's a lie. Well, you can't prove a negative, right? You can't prove something's not in the solar system. You can't prove that. Like, I can't prove there's not something that doesn't exist. So you can't. It's probably bullshit, but it's funny they're calling each other out. So if Jeremy, if any of these whistleblowers, and they did, contact Stephen Greer, I have a hard time believing they're real whistleblowers and they're not people looking to to spin up a UFO startup company. So let me start getting into this UFODAP stuff. So that's the software. I'm going to load this up in a second. Yeah, so it's kind of just going back to skywatching because there ain't the cover-up's not coming. It's not done. It's nowhere. The end is nowhere in sight. There's nothing coming in 2027. Apparently, it's made up. And we just saw the best smoking gun footage there was. And they were saying, well, people were getting killed. Well, shit. The guy said they had lethal force. Weren't you killing people too? Everybody was shooting somebody. All right. So this big TV. I don't like that big TV. Well, why did I do this? All right. So we're gonna hook. What am I doing here? All right. So hook the camera. So we're gonna hook up a camera. And we're gonna hook up a map. But I gotta be careful because these maps, if you're not real careful what you're doing, they're gonna show exactly where you live on the internet. So you don't want to do that. All right, so this is now loading. We'll switch. All right, so this is the new camera loaded up. All right, so that's the camera. Now I'm going to load up. I'm going to load a couple things here, because this is for people who are UFO nerds. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to load up. I'm going to load this camera into the browser by using the IP address. How many screens do I have? So let's get Firefox up and running, I think. I had too many TVs here. There we go. Fuck. I got 3 HDMI display ports off the back of this, and an HDMI, so there's 4 TVs coming out of here. So we're going to log directly into the IP addresses. Alright, so I'm going to bring this camera up. I shot an orange UFO the other day. It was better than whatever, the cyanic guys had, and I didn't summon it. It just flew by. Alright, so we need to... You know how I gotta get my phone fixed? Is I gotta go get it under a warranty for $5 a month and then take them in and have them fix it. Let me do a browser here. Nope, that's not what we want. Flight rate, yeah, flight rate. Alright, so what I have here now is we're in the browser. Yeah, Ross seems to like his own voice, don't he? I don't know about these guys. So we are now in this browser. So the deal with these browsers is you have full control over your settings here. So what you do is this is a smoke dome on the edge of my roof. So the thing I need to do is we need to put the focus. This has a 32 power zoom, so we need to set the focus. And how you do that is you're going to point at whatever the hell is farthest away, put it on manual focus, and then focus on that. So that's what we're going to do before we get started. I'm going to find whatever is the farthest object way out there, put that in focus, hit save, and then we are set for infinity. So I had problems doing this last night when the network was overloaded. I'm thinking that's max zoom there. Let's dial this in and then be done with it. Yeah, I have autofocus turned off, so it's a manual. So probably can't get any better than power line. So right there, then I'm going to hit save. All right, so then the other thing is I'm going to come over to focus here. You're going to want to make sure that's on manual. It will be defaulted on auto or semi-auto. When that manual, go down, it doesn't have infinity, so it's 200 plus. And get this available. Let's do this cost. All right, so this is now ready for operation. So that's the first thing you do is you get these things in focus. Jennifer, that is going to be, for me, that's going to be daytime. Nighttime, a lot of people they seem to do one or the other. A lot of people just do night, mainly. And I kind of prefer day because that's when I'm awake. Though it's easier to see stuff at night. There was a drone. A friend of mine, he lives a few miles down the street, recorded a drone, actual drone, DJI type, but it was up very high, where planes were coming in for a landing. So I was thinking, well, do we have the New Jersey drones here? But I think we're all right. All right, so this camera's ready. Now it's time to get into UFODAP. So that is also fixed there. All right, so let's see. The thing is this camera doesn't have a good spot. All my best spots, the skywatch, were already taken up by the cameras. So whatever spot I got is either up or on the other side of the house, and those cameras got it. And that's for like watching air traffic control. Air traffic control is the best thing to start out with. Yeah, I've seen about the same. Probably more in the daytime than at night. So that's open. Next, I'm going to open the map. So we have this mapping software, but I've got it defaulted. I don't want to show where it is. Because this will, once you dial this in, you're going to put your home address in, and it's going to show you your house. And it's going to show, so the idea is you put, your house, but it's probably where you're going to put it. It's going to show where your UFODAP is, and the direction the camera's pointing, azimuth, elevation, all that stuff, zoom power, and then I'll show you. I'm loading the map up right now. A lot of people have problems getting this stuff to work because there's a learning curve. There is. All right. So next, that's loaded. So I need to load up. Load in the map. So let's see. I need to build a window for this. Oh yeah, I got this other stuff in here. add some graphics. So, like, let's see, when I get a UFO live, I'm going to switch over to that. I got some extra stuff for the working on. So, yeah. Anyway, let's build UFODAP map. Which one are you? You are. I think you're this one. Nope. You're that one. What's my plane? Alright, so I'm bringing this online. Might as well load the shit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load up a camera and I'm going to load up the map. So let me show you this right before I load it in. So that's what I loaded. I loaded a map and I loaded that. Okay, so this is, alright, so let me get this in. This is the mission control software. And to run mission, there's a couple of pieces of things going on here. To run mission control, you have to buy software, and then to use it, you need mission control Raspberry Pi computer system. So it's going to load stuff. And hopefully, it doesn't load where I live. Yay, success! All right, so this is not where I live, but it's where somebody lives. So here's what's going on. Now I have the map loaded, so I got a lot of construction done. Okay, so here we have that's the map, and then we have this one to ship. Bunch of windows here. Okay, so what that does is whenever the camera around, you're going to see the, I'd say the lightsaber of that, and then I'll go through some screens. Let's find out where the UFODAP went. There we go. There's two components I'm running here. The map and the screen. So that's the map, that's the screen, right? So as I now move this camera control around, you will see that move around. For some reason, interesting. Right. What's supposed to happen is as I move the camera, the mapping lightsaber thing moves around. So let's figure out this down here. Okay, so I'm going to go through a few screens on here since we're on here. So this right here is your PTZ speed. I usually increase that all the way. This is your zoom. All right. This is your focus. Now, don't touch these. Once you have these set, like I showed you, and you want to set those up in the browser, and then hit save, you don't touch them in here. You can use the zoom, but don't touch these, don't touch these, right? All right, home position is going to be wherever the home position is set when the camera starts. And you can see this is your television, and then this is your exact zoom, so that will increase as you zoom in. You have up here is your horizontal field of view. You have your vertical field of view. You have your overlay of the time, and this is off again. That's off because this is something that I don't get why this happens. This is off because the camera's on the wrong daylight. Well, we're not on daylight time savings, but it's on the wrong damn time zone. So we have the frames down here. So how you fix this is here again. This is only a temporary fix. I'll show this too. I think I need like 14 more mice so I can figure out what shit's on what screen. So you come in here and you go under System, you go under General, you go under Time and Date, and hit Sync with PC. Now that will sync the time right, but it'll drift. So tomorrow will be out. I thought I had this down. You got to get into some of these. Let's try that. Might not work. Let's see. What do we get for time there? Well, no, that's off. So, yeah, that's how you screw with that. I'm just gonna hit Sync PC for now. Deal with that later. So that's how you sync with that. Can be all kinds of lessons and stuff. Hey, Tommy Tom, how you doing? We are setting up UFODAP. Hey. Yeah, a lot of good jokes yesterday. I mean, if people want to do some more research on this, there was a guy who his dad worked on one of these eggs, right? And this egg is not the guy that this guy recovered with the helicopter. This is a different egg that's been recovered decades ago. And anyway, this one is in the EG&G facility, right? So it just makes sense. If you're going to do this, you're going to put a bunch of jokes together, like, you know, so if ever you want to go, ha ha, you know, let's have EG&G do security, put all the eggs in their hangars. EG&G and Whack and Hunt, some of the private contractors used Area 51. So, yeah, these things have been around for a while. I don't know. Eggs. But, yeah, lots of great jokes out of this. But we'll see. You know, hopefully this shakes out. Hopefully they have more footage, and this will. What I would have did is I would have did this a nightly deal and get build up after build up after build up. But they kind of shit the bed when they said psionics and summoning, and if that's real, then we got to go back and take a second look at Prophet Yahweh. All right, so this is set up. Let me see if what was going on with the lightsaber stuff. There's a plane going through. Shit. Let's set up a run. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to quickly activate this. We are ready. Shit. I guess we can get another plane later. Alright, so I'm going to turn this on. what I'm going to do is come over and hit the run button. A couple other things. You have telephoto view. This doesn't, telephoto view and tracking do not really kick in until we start recording stuff, right? So, I'm going to hit run. What run does, so like I got this the other day. What this means is we are also seeing this through the browser, right? So, since it's also in the browser, it's shared. So, since this is running, this turned red. So what's going to happen is anything that penetrates that red box, UFODAP is going to attempt to capture. Dropping a bit on it there, right? Right, so for some reason, that box wasn't, the lightsaber box wasn't working, right? So the UFODAP system, whatever goes in that box, it's supposed to automatically capture. And then there's a bunch of options, like you can have it analyze the footage to see if it's, there's an aircraft identifier built in. It works most of the time. What I did the other day was I took the thermal camera, I pointed it, I want to see what kind of AI this is. So I shot it down the hallway, waited for the cats to walk down the hallway. And when the cat came, I had thermal, and then it would see the cat, I would look at it, but I was saying, does it know it's a cat, or will it say it's a dog? Does it even do this? It doesn't. So I think, from just testing stuff, the AI that tries to figure out what this is doing is basically UFO or aircraft related, helicopters, things like that. It can't look at like animals and tell you what an animal is. So I was thinking, you know, how good is this? Well, it doesn't do that. So maybe it's sort of, I don't know, rigged. I don't know how it works. So I was just trying to see. So with UFODAP, you can open multiple instances. Like I can open another instance of this camera. Right now I have one open, and with OBS I'm only using 5% of the screen. Or 5% of the screen. 5% of the CPU. So I got a hell of a lot of CPU power left. I should be able to run quite a few instances of this. I'm going to close that map down. The map is mission control. I'm going to reopen it. Now, I don't know how good it's going to work if I don't have it exactly dialed in right. I ain't going to put my address up there and then start showing where the hell I live. That wouldn't make it right. That wouldn't be smart. So I'm just trying to reload this one more time. The map, it's really, you don't really need it unless you're kind of you want a lot of data like I'm doing. Some people just get the optical tracking data acquisition software. Cheeky bastard. Is there an echo on this? Sometimes I can stop that just by muting it. Oh. It's pretty obvious I reloaded the map. There's something screwy with that, so it's working, but not exactly. Because this wand here, this lights everything isn't working right. Let me show you like what it can do though. So yeah, so right here, your data acquisition unit right here. So DEA so data acquisition unit is this, and then your second one is your one right there, right? And what you would want to do is put this where you're skywatching or where you have a unit deployed. So you have a road map, you have satellite, you have a hybrid view. Then you have a terrain view, which is kind of a mix. Then on top of this, we have the weather. So what this does is this shows the weather, and this is built around LA by default. So you get like the wind. So I use this quite a bit when I'm skywatching because you'll get the wind speed, the gust speed, and all that stuff. So it looks like a pretty good day to fight those fires or what they got left out in LA. And when a recording happens, it saves all the stuff to a CSV file. So if you're using this in conjunction with skywatching, it's going to save all the stuff over here. It's going to save all this data along with your video too. So you're going to get that weather data. Now aircraft, what it does, this part requires the, excuse me. I think I was muted. Right, so this part requires the internet. This shows you the 6 closest aircraft around your data acquisition unit. So this is good to see if, you might have filmed an aircraft. And then from there you have the stats, which is, I'm going to show you just, all kinds of, this is kind of a rolling log file. Now these other windows here you can load up with other sensor stuff. You go back to the satellite view here, and it usually after a couple of minutes when this warms up, what we're seeing here is these are all aircraft that are around this. So this is very helpful to show you at least aircraft that have transponders on them. So that's a really good resource, especially if you're in the middle of nowhere and you can hook this up to Starlink. What I'm finding is switching from a computer, almost identical computers, but one has 64 gig of RAM, one has 128. This one runs way better. I had the capture card running the other night, and it just ran all night without crashing. So it also doesn't have 35 USB ports in it too. You always think the more USB ports, the better, until you run a live stream and it crashes. Now, one thing that didn't make sense on that show last night is they were able to get an orb to park and auto land. Why the hell did they get it to land so far away? They had to go get a helicopter to pick it up. Should have landed right where it says H. The helicopter landing. Okay, so if you can summon a UFO and get one to land, basically surrender, free intergalactic space UFO, right? Then how come you can't channel those things when the camera's on you? Yeah, that was the guys, the stuff that was flying at night. That's probably Starlink. Prove it's not. And I can't believe they're airing that shit. That was more ridiculous than the actual airing of a UFO. My stream's going a bit up and down here. But yeah, if it's that simple that you can just have a summoner get them to land, why the hell were we shooting them down in the 50s? Watching the stream kind of dive up and down. Yeah, I mean, if it's that simple, then just shit anybody. Iran could easily get. They just need their psionic guy to get them to tell them to land. That was. I wonder if Ross Coulthard knew they were going to show that stuff. If I was in charge of that whole production, I would have said, do not show any of this stuff. They'll make us all look ridiculous. That's what's going to be pointed out by The Greens, there's a bunch of people with green in their name who are debunkers. They're gonna point all that out. There's a lot more details of that. It's what I felt is there was one part was really chopped up. Hell, this happened on my stuff. There was a part in there. It didn't make any sense. It wasn't the UFO landing. I think it was. Oh yeah, the part about the Panasonic laptops and the hard drives. I was like, what the hell? Hard drives underwater, and that part didn't make any sense because I think what happened is it got edited together, and since there was like a bunch of 5-minute segments, we couldn't figure it out because there was too much story to tell, and they chopped it together. So it's like it didn't make cohesive sense to anybody. Like, maybe if they did a whole hour on that, it would make it a little more sense. But I thought that was kind of weird. I mean, there's hard drive. Who the hell throws hard drives underwater? And then expects to recover them and get them useful. And then the thing they were showing was those are platters. Most people are using solid states. The whole thing was. Looks like I'll be skywatching another 30 years because these guys ain't into no cover up anytime soon. I just don't trust anybody who goes to Stephen Greer. What kind of whistleblowers goes? And all these guys are in plain sight. I mean, if you're a whistleblower and you call 5 different, leading brand ufologists, ain't no secret no more. You tell that many people, word's out. And then the other show. Jeremy Corbell was talking about they can go to prison for releasing the jellyfish video, or they want to pick the person who sent it to them. How do you call Jeremy Corbell anonymously? That's what I want to know. Like, how do you call Jeremy's burner phone? The FBI would have his phone tapped, Knapp's phone tapped, Ross Coulthard's phone. All their wives and family members, they're tapped. Greer's been tapped. All these people, none of these whistleblowers could get anywhere near these guys without the government finding out. And they would know this instantly. So the idea that their lives are in danger, their rent's in danger. That's what I think. Their credit card statements are in danger of getting paid. You wouldn't be calling Stephen Greer if you thought, there's somebody, you got a sniper outside. That's the last dude you're going to call. So it was about as high as television could stack bullshit last night. Out of top of them. But yeah, that's television. Televisions aren't documentaries. They never were. I've never seen a lot of these things that investigate Phoenix Lights and you just kind of go, yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. I think we got it. You hear that? There's always some person standing around who's not the director going, we have it. We have enough. We have enough. Let's wrap and go home. And then they edit you together. All right, so the map's not going to work that good. I wish we had some clouds here. This is working on. I unplugged just about the whole network just to get this one camera working at 30 frames a second. Yeah, these whistleblowers, we just saw the best footage, I think. There's nothing else. There's nothing else that's going to be better than this. There's not going to be any aliens. I thought it was preposterous that people could burn their long cameras on a UFO extraction mission, and then it's all contracted. There's a lot of information that's missing that just doesn't make sense to anybody. So I have to wait to see if that fills in, but just the whole part with them sky watching and all they can get was one frame going by. One frame. That just as a guy who skywatches, that told me it was bullshit. Bullshit. You know, that's when you watch a lot of these guys that talk about the like they were in these classified stuff, and a lot of them you know they were in it. Like we know Lou was in stuff. You know, we know at one point Rick Doty was in stuff. Apparently, maybe Jamie Rodriguez was. But watch how they talk. Lou's very careful. It's like he thinks before his mouth opens. Like, am I going to get into trouble? He often says, "Be careful now." It's like he's talking to himself. Then you see some of these other people; they have no filter at all, like that. Like Tom DeLonge. Tom DeLonge, he's not under any stuff. Like, so if somebody told him top secret stuff, he could just say it willy nilly. He won't get in trouble for it because he didn't have the documents. And then you got people like Rick Doty. Rick Doty said he knows 90 whistleblowers. But see, when Rick Doty talks, there's no filter. He never says things like, "I gotta be careful now." He doesn't give a shit what comes out of his mouth. So you don't know if he's telling the truth at all, because you know how many people have top secret access and stuff like this. So you don't know. What you do know is everyone out there is an expert at a few things that you're good at, and you know that really well. So when one of these people steers over in your lane and then starts talking something that you're an expert on, then you can sit there and listen to him. Let's see if he knows what he's talking about. Okay, this person knows what they're talking about. Or, no, this person's an idiot. They're making up shit. And that's when I saw Doty drive over in one of my lanes. I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're bullshitting people night after night after night. I've never really believed that guy, and I won't believe nothing he has to say. Oh, Greer, yeah. What if you worked and you were worried about the government killing you? Would you call Stephen Greer? He's the last dude I'd call. And then the credit. Look at how many of these guys want credit for stuff. We're only here for a short amount of time on this planet, and then our life is extinguished. You care about credit when you're dead? You think people in a cemetery care about credit? I don't think anybody in a military graveyard gives a shit about credit. Alright, BS, and I'm going to come up with a plan here for this camera. Yeah, credit. Stop that camera. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get some incoming aircraft. Let me sweep around for a minute. This isn't a bad day at Skywatch, but there's no clouds around. We're gonna. What I'll do is we'll point this at incoming aircraft coming in from California, and let's see if we can get anything to trigger. Now, what you do, typically what you do with these is you start out with a laser pointer and you dial these in. So I've hit run on here. There is a couple of configurations here. Oh man, I really need to do something with these things. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What part of, did you get any, hey, Mr. Sonia Turtle, I don't speak English, but I fake it. Where did you see that set in Phoenix? Phoenix is beyond, a bit beyond my camera range, but could have been over here early, before 5 or after 5. I got about a month's worth of footage on the NVRs. So even if I don't see it live, I can rewind and go look for it. Sometimes that works, sometimes it don't. Yeah, it seems more and more like Bob Lazar is telling the truth. I mean, I was always on the fence with him, but I'm kind of leaning in his direction that he knows something. I mean, most of the stuff he talked about, craft flying sideways. He put Area 51 on the map. He's got some educational problems with his background, but how did he know what they were taking off on Wednesday nights at 3 a.m.? Alright, well that's set up. I'm going to set up flight radar. Get that running. That way I can see what's coming in. What does object look like? Phoenix. It's hot here, man. Last year I was mining Bitcoin all winter long. Now I turn them off from like 10 to 3. It's too hot. Alright, so I'm going to plug in one more camera. We'll get that guy running. Alright, so I got that 45 power camera booting up now. It seems like you can run 3 of these cameras max, and then the 4th one just gets them all stuttering. The advantage is if you plug a camera into a router, like a power a pole router, then you can access them anywhere within your network. You can run UFODAP on them, and then you can plug them into an NVR. Now, if you plug them directly into an NVR instead of using a post switch, then you cannot use UFODAP on it because the NVR is taking control of the camera's interface. And well, you won't have the lag issue, but you can't use it for two things at once. You can kind of cheat. I found out you can use a couple of things with an NVR and UFODAP at the same time. So what I've done is I've set the camera up first. So like a default with these cameras is 192.168. That one that I just type the same shit. taking over. Okay, so this address down here is your default address of cameras. So when you get a camera, that's the 192.168.1.108. Now, you can't use the same IP address more than once, you get IP conflict. So what I do is that's the .108 is your default. So I usually write down what cameras do what, and the username and password, whatnot, and then keep a list. So you set your camera up with that IP first. Then you plug it into a post switch. If you plug it into an NVR, most likely it's going to change that IP address from 192 to 10.1.1. something else. And that's what happens most of the time. Not all the time, but that's probably what's going to happen. Now, if you use that IP address with the 192, and then you switch it to something else, like I switched the one we're looking at here is .195. So then you can run a few of these cameras before the post switch overloads. So I'm finding about 3 of them. So I don't know if I can get another post switch and then get 3 in that one and 3 in another one, or just the totality of these combined stacks and it overloads the system. Kind of sucks if you can only get a few of them out of a house. I mean, how much damn bandwidth does this need? I got way more than enough at this point. It looked like a suction bulb. I'm surprised I didn't hear it look like an egg. You know what we're going to hear now? I know everything was called Tic-Tacs after, a few years. Watch everything will be called egg now. Like from 2025, for the next few years, we'll be hearing everything's called egg. Oh, something is egg. It was an egg. Even if, even if there's a lot of stuff that people film or planes that are beyond reach to resolve the wings, the tail, and stuff, so you see it too. And they're always going this way or this way. You never see them like a tube going this way. Never goes like a. You can tell it's like not an aircraft. They're always going like this. But even those are called Tic Tacs. Those are probably called eggs now. It's been 20 years now since 20 years since the Nimitz case, and it seems like it just happened. So just imagine 20 years from now how old we're all going to be, and be just like that. It'll be done. And what will we get in that 20 years? Not much. Nothing. Absolutely zero from the government, and then some of the soft disclosure, I guess, but. We're not getting catastrophic disclosure, that's for sure. Let's see, did we get anything recorded yet from this? Now, how you tell is you go over here and you click on this. Now, here's something we got. That something flew through, and it's still framed here in the telephoto. What this tells me is that was a brown hawk, probably. Now, if there's enough data tracking and path will start. Path is very, very important. UFODAP tracking. Path, once it finally records something, it'll record the line of how it moved. So if you see line after line after line after line, you're like, okay, those are just aircraft. But if you see something going squiggly, now that's something's recorded. You want to go back in your hard drive and go find. Spectrum is that's something that Ron came up with. I think it's actually deployed now. It's like a full spectrum thing. You have to put this on your camera, so it's like it's an add-on adapter. I don't know if anybody's using it. I use most of this stuff, but I haven't seen anybody use that yet. I don't know how that would work. It's like a prism thing that goes over the lens. Shit, I thought I got bit by a snake. I'm not even outside. Alright, so let's see. The other camera should be powered up. What I'm going to do now is bring that camera online. That should, let's see, that's going to be. Let's see if I can get this online. I have a whole different network I gotta get back up. Okay, so the thermal stuff is up, but okay, so the half of the network is up. I don't know why I went and rewired all this. I rewired it. Something wrong. Well, I know why. Which mouse controls what? Well, a little bit. Huh. 210. There'll be at least one NVR up. So there's 2/3 of one. Okay, so 200 is offline. Looks like it's trying to find something. That thing's running. God damn, how much? Is it crank it through looking through something? Moving that guy up. You can see this computer here running through just a ton of information analyzing what's going on to that frame. Now imagine you have multiple computers doing this, and you're doing it in 4K, and it's looking through that capture box, and you have multiple machines looking through every single pixel for changes, trying to decide, was this a change? Should we track and zoom in? How did that do? It's kind of a muddy image. Alright, so this looks like plugging in that bigger dome just came online. Shows this turns kind of tilt. What I got is maybe one's kind of new on here. The in the center frame here, we're looking at 3 thermal cameras that are hooked up to a pan and tilt pelco device, and then these are dual optics. So next to them are HD color cameras next to a thermal. So there's 3 of them, and they look kind of in a horizontal view. So if something kind of goes through the view, I'll be able to stitch that together. And then below that is a Dahua 2K dome camera with 45 zoom powered lens. So what I've been doing is pointing these north, away from the sun, because you can't point thermal at the sun. And then if something shows up, hopefully it shows up in the color version at 45 power. This is a long-term testing to see if objects show up that are not the visible spectrum, but they're showing up, their heat showing up through the thermal sensor, but can I zoom in with the 45 power and see it too? So the test that I've been doing through 2024 shows that sometimes I do pick up UFOs or objects in thermal, but you don't see them in color. There's a couple of reasons why. One of them is the object simply is out of color range. Birds and things like that will or small. They will easily go out of range, even though the chip for the color chip that we're looking at in RGB is HD. So you're looking at like a 1920 by 1080 resolution chip, whereas the thermal chip is a third of that. It's 400 by 300, but I believe they're resizing that to HD by upscaling. But even though that thermal sensor is smaller, it can see heat much farther. For instance, it can pick up that little chip. The thermal chip can pick up aircraft at 30,000 feet. Now, about 40,000 feet is a bit too far. Can't see in space, that's too far, but can see aircraft around 30,000 feet. So it can see a 200 by 200 foot tube heat signature 6 miles up, but you can't see it most of the time. Sometimes you will see the contrail, but you'll see the heat a lot of times in the thermal. So for things like birds and all that, to rule it out, it's a lot of testing, a lot of shooting. If it was as simple as just summoning them, I think this would have been accidentally discovered and verified by people a long time ago. I don't think it would have been something from the military like Project Stargate or any of that type of stuff, where they just happened to come across people with psychic abilities. Now this camera, you can see some of the dirt or whatever in the lens here. That's one of the problems you have with glare. You see how that anything that's microscopic on that lens gets illuminated. So it's a lot of cleaning, up. What I'm going to do with this guy is point him here, zoom in about like that, camera, change the image. So I'm going to name, this is camera 7. Camera 7 here. I'm going to check. Lower this. Yeah, that's about where I want that. Re-up another TV. This is how I got the orange object flying by. What we should do is cue that one up. We'll cue up that thing I shot last week. That was more interesting looking than what the summoners got. Alright, let me check it one more time. Camera. Yeah, that's it. Alright, so I'm going to take this, lower that there. Press. What this did was this makes it easier to see something flying by. Because if it's you know, if the object's white and you're looking up in you know, it's way up there, you're looking in the sky with a bunch of glare, you're going to want to cut that down. I found this makes it a little bit more helpful to see these. Sometimes you can't even see these objects at all unless you do this. I did this a couple of times where I did this technique and I lowered the brightness down, and all of a sudden I started seeing these things all over the place, like ants everywhere. I'm like, what the hell? And then they were there for a while, and then they disappeared. Got a few cameras up now. Nothing tripped that one got. Got a stream watching. Our stream's going pretty good. About maxed out on bandwidth. Alright, let's see. Well, I got that. I'm going to go find out what happened on UFO footage from the other day. Weird, that's image isn't centered right. There we go. And where did I put that damn footage? I think I have that on thumb drives or something. Alright, I think I found it. Make sure this, yeah, there it is. Alright, let me cue this up now. Damn, didn't I analyze this? I thought I did some computer work with this too. I know I ran this through a couple of processing filters. Alright, here's a video. Is this the right video? video I shot on the 13th, so that's about a week ago. Something like that. I just had this camera on, or it's had it on one of the screens. Same thing I'm doing today. And saw this orange object fly across the screen. Now, I didn't summon it or nothing. I just happened to have a camera there. Now, this is a pretty close match to an object that was filmed in New Jersey in the daytime that was up in the clouds around like 20,000 feet or something. It was in the daytime, big, bright orange object. Looks like this. So let's cue this. So it comes out of the top corner of the screen. And it's going to just kind of fly kitty corner. There it goes. A little bit of a quick shady zoom on it. But yeah, it's like football shaped or so. Now, I stabilize this and zoomed in on it. And around here, it looks like there's some fire coming out the bottom. So this only lasted a couple of seconds. I think I don't know if it's Twitter or one of those places. I posted either Twitter or TikTok, posted an enhancement of it. But yeah, if the object is rotating, you can see it counterclockwise. A lot of times I see these rotating, they're rotating clockwise. So it's, whatever it is the object's rotating, counterclockwise. So if it's a balloon, you've never seen a balloon rotating as it moves. And if it's out of focus, I've never seen something out of focus rotate either. So it's interesting. I'm not putting any weight on that at all. That's something that flew by. That's it. It's interesting, but there's like 29 more frames of that than there was on national television of that last night. The guy summoning an object, and then that the UFO got mad that they summoned it. That whole thing just didn't make any sense. Hey Jennifer, yeah, have a good day off. Yeah, hopefully we can go out again. This cover up isn't over anytime soon, that's for sure. I mean, anybody who thought they can hang up their UFO boxing gloves last night, you can get them back out. That was I think their best shot last night. Was their best thing they had going. And it seems like all these whistleblowers kind of know each other. So the whole idea they're in danger, and they would that they're watching Congress to see what's going to happen. What the hell can Congress do for them? Not much. I think they're watching to see if the other whistleblowers are allowed to do UFO startups and allow that to go out and start, saying, hey, I'm going to use my expertise on, hauling these things in somehow and do it again. It seems like that's what they're all waiting for, like some way to come out and to make some money off this, because everybody needs to make a living. I have no problem with that. People got to, pay for food and put it on the table somehow. Oh, and the weird thing was when the guy said he had this he had a skywatcher program that can help the FBI identify what's flying in New Jersey. And I think, how can you do? No, you can't. You got the same technology that me and everybody else has. We have thermal. You can fly a helicopter, but you can put some thermal on there. You don't need any money. Good. That's cool. But how are you going to identify if these are drones or not? You know, in the air or with your own, you're going to be limited to everything else everybody else has. The same laws we all have to do. If I went to New Jersey and met up with some people skywatching, we'd all end up with about the same type of equipment. You can't magically just wave a wand and you have a thing that can tell you if it's a UFO or if it's Chinese drone. Now, if you had technology that good, how come you didn't have better footage when you summoned it? I just outdid your footage with footage I shot last week that happened to fly by. I didn't summon nothing. So for a bunch of skywatchers, you guys got to get up on a better level than one frame moving by that could have been a bug. And the list of footage that I can whip out goes on and on and on, and I've never claimed to summon these. Oh, the stream's flip-flopping up and down again. Around a thermal. What is that? Holy shit, wait. What in the hell is that? Anybody get that? UFODAP just picked something up. I gotta switch over, shit. Hang on, UFODAP. Let's bring this up. That was weird. Maybe I need to rewind that. gotta go back and bring this up real quick because we might have. I can't see it was on the small monitor. Here we go. All right, we got 3 recordings on UFODAP. Let's figure out the hell. Let me just go bring up what we recorded and then. Ah, that was a plane. Well, at least you got it. I couldn't see it. It was so small. All right, we'll bring. I'll bring that up. That was a capture. Okay, I can see this needs some dialing in. It did capture, but it did not zoom in. Zoom in, and it needs to be stopped and reloaded. All right, so this. Okay, so I don't like recording AVI files because they take up a lot of space. What I'll do is save these to MP4V. Which is the codec for MP4. And all right, set that back up to run. One thing's annoying is you can rename that something. It keeps changing back to available. At this point, now there's 3 captures on UFODAP, 1, 2, and 3. So you can see there's a path. There should the path is the tab I'm on, but there's no path because it doesn't show the recording track. Since I'm using the fresh out of the box camera, this is not dialed in yet. Once it starts recording the track of the object, then it will start recording the tracks. But I really don't know. This is the first time I've ever used this camera with the UFODAP, so I got to see how it works. Probably the best idea is to turn off Zoom in PTZ and just let it try and track manual stuff. We went, I think next week we set a record without rain. It's, I don't know, they've been keeping track of it on the TV, but it's something like 140 days since it's rained. The last time it rained was like in shit when we had monsoons. So every year we set a record, so it'll probably beat a record for no rain, and then put it at 25. The first year we haven't had rain for like 150 days or something. And then next year we'll beat it, next year we'll beat it, next year we'll beat that. Man, I think this cooking, that process of looking for something. Now at nighttime, that's where people have big problems with this. At nighttime, it's a whole different world with UFODAP. Once the stars come out, the thing can go haywire and just start moving around all over. I've seen this thing record 300 or 400 folders in a single night. Every time it records a new folder. So I've seen 300 or 400 of these, and then you just look through them. It's just like, this thing just went crazy recording everything. And even though they're small clips, they can add up. 300 small clips can start filling up the drive. I think I've put my 4K camera on line 2. I'm going to check that in a minute. That one, for some reason, just gets the most UFOs out of every camera I've used, I think. One of these I got in, the center one is on hot black, the other ones are in white hot, and then the one on the left here is auto recording temperatures of whatever flies through. Hey, how you doing, Susie? I'm just doing gear tests on stuff. I'm bringing different. I started about an hour ago, and I started with one camera, and because if I use too many of them, they all lag. The data uses up the entire internet pipe. So I've been adding cameras kind of one at a time, so I can get 30 frames a second out of them without lagging. At this point, I have too much here plugged in, so I have to maybe just use a couple of domes, and then when those eventually wear out, put some more up in action on. I'll have to see. But I mean, without summoning, I get a fair amount of UFOs out of this. This is a day like this is actually better skywatching than overcast, because there's nothing like we have a blank sky. There's nothing against that sky with the capture box. So if anything flies by, it'll penetrate that box, and the processing will look at it. If you just have overcast, it's like whiteout. That's if I skywatch in overcast. That's why I really drag the brightness down, and typically I'll switch into these thermals because then I can see stuff flying under the cloud layer. I like those clouds day after it rains with the billowy ones. Then you have a reference against. I like to film that flying humanoid another couple of times with this gear. And you know, it seems like this would be a good time to get something because I have 3 cosmic watches. They don't work with any of my software anymore. So if I don't have everything, that's when they come. But when I have every single thing working, they don't show up. When I just have one working, and the other one's sort of getting ready, then they show up. But they don't want to show up when everything's there. This is too much data on one event. If anybody here is a user of the software or any of this stuff, just holler out in the chat. I'll see if I can power something into the cameras. If you have requests to look at something. I think maybe powering up another unit might have been one too many. The UFODAP camera's kind of choking its chicken now on me. I'm going to reboot this UFODAP. Alright, that's back online now. It sucks, it just isn't a good spot. I have my whole house loaded up with these cameras. I think the spot that this camera's in is really good for nighttime, but it's not really that good for daytime. There's a big tree blocking a lot of stuff you can see. Alright, re-triggered that thing. Anything like that? The time's off. One of these. That's one thing I remember on that Terran Sky documentaries they were talking about with so many cameras, one of the biggest problems they have is syncing these cameras. You know, you watch these movies and they always like these spy movies. They always sync their watches to the time they're going to do something. You think you'd be able to do that with cameras, or these cameras would be all stuck to some universal clock? But every one of these cameras I have is off by seconds, minutes, even hours. Turned another television on. This is going to give me a little bit of visual reach of what I'm doing. I'm watching on OBS and I can see anything skywatch, and I got to watch it through one of these big ass 4K TVs. Yeah, let's try some summoning. Who out there can summon one of these over here? Shouldn't matter, right? I mean, just call it psionics. Quite a bit of pollution out there today. Alright, so let's do this. I'm going to just pick this spot and zoom in. I don't know what power that is, but I think it's about 20. I kind of wish it said on the screen. You can get the camera to read that off if you can feed it in through the UFODAP software. Now, you know, these guys, you know, they said they can summon these. Well, and they called it psionics. I think it was, I think what they were actually doing is they were remote viewing. I'm a skeptic of the remote viewing because I don't think it works. I've never seen it work before. There's just so many people that say it works. And Lou Elizondo's book was pretty good. It was a great read. I think that was the last book I read. And yeah, books. So yeah, the last one I read was Lou Elizondo's book. The next one I'm reading is going to be In Plain Sight from Ross Coulthart. It's a pretty good title. Everything, his whistleblowers are in plain sight. They're not exactly hiding. If the government knows who they all are, they just hacked Jeremy Corbell's phone. But, you know, if remote viewing or psionics or whatever they're going to call it, to me is remote viewing is the same shit as channeling. You know those people say they can channel aliens and stuff, and it's like, yeah, I'll look at them like, really? Okay. I view that the same thing as remote viewing. Does the mic not work in reality? I haven't checked on the other screen. I can adjust it if it's screwed up though. some reason. All right, thanks for that. Let me get this fixed. All right, really low. Uh-oh, not this hell again. Shit. When you have 10 TVs and you gotta switch the channel and you switch one, they all switch. I just lost all my TVs. Give me a second, I gotta get out of computers. Okay, let me adjust some stuff in OBS. So I got 2 to 3 different mics here. Okay. Oh, I see. I lost some mic here. All right, so this side mic's on, this mic's on. All right, how's that? Bring up the chat. It should fix a lot of issues. Yeah, we have some pretty good gaming parties. How's this working now? Killed it. Oh, you know what? Here, let me. Okay, I think I know what's going on. This mic was like going into this mic, and it was doing a reach around. Let me shut off the side mic. And I'm just going to go with 1. This one I'll disable. Okay, this should have fixed. It should have fixed the audio issue. Nothing yet? Fuck. I'm wondering if there's a master control. At least I get the streaming right. All right. Okay, so it was that second one. I don't think I'm going to use more than one mic anymore. Oh, I think it's working. But I thought that earlier. All right. I turned another television on. This is going to get me a little bit of I'm watching on OBS and I can see anything skywatch, and I gotta watch it through one of the OBS 4K TVs. I got a bit of delay from the stream dropping a bit earlier. Yeah, let me check this. All right, audio. All right, let me mess with this again. All right. One of the issues is the audio I'm hearing is behind what the live stream is. Yeah, this room you can have a hell of a football party. I can tell you that. You can watch everything. Like when some UFO stuff happens, I can flip on every single, like all the local news channels and watch everything at once. Set up my headphones. All right. I can hear me through these. How's it coming out through here? What the hell's beeping? Man, what a pain in the ass. Okay, I'm just going to turn up the volume a little bit louder. Yeah, well, everything on television is all football all the time. I haven't seen anybody say, "Hey, there's an egg that landed." Hell, all they're going to do is whip up Mork and Mindy jokes anyway. Okay, so Mr. BoobTube, so what I need you to do now is the earbuds you can turn off with voice meter, so you don't hear yourself, but then you can hear other people. It's kind of a, because if you hear yourself, then it's a delay, and then you start doing weird screw up stuff. So, Mr. Baba, I want you to channel. No, not channel. Sorry, it's called psionics now. Use psionics and get one to fly right in front of that 2K camera. Tell it, Chandler, Arizona, we're ready. Bring it down. Try not to piss them off this time like that dude did last time, because the alien's sitting there, steering the ship, then gets mad. It's, hey, who's controlling this thing? It's not me. Isn't it funny that we've been told over and over and over that humans can't operate UFOs because they were built for aliens, yet we can power them just thinking about it on the ground? That's a kind of a contradictory thing. So you get inside, you can't power the UFO. To run it, you got to get outside it and get on the ground, and then you can steer it just thinking about it. But you get inside, you're fucked. That doesn't make any sense. So if you could just get remote viewing. Yeah, not channeling, remote viewing. Yeah, another reason I don't think remote viewing works is because
you would see on the news all kinds of discoveries left and right. And you don't see these. For instance, we would see the mother lode of gold that's been missing. Montezuma's gold was found in Utah, right? Some remote viewer found it in some cave. Um, the Lost Dutchman's gold in the Superstitious Mountain, that would have been found. As soon as they could do remote viewing, that'd be like the 5th thing on the list. The Ark of Covenant, that'd probably need number 4. You know, some government would want that. Any UFOs that are crashed somewhere on the planet that have not been discovered yet, remote view those, find those, and get those. But humans are greedy, so we would have went after money. Somebody who was really good about this would have they would have went Powerball tickets. They would have went for gold, silver, rare earth elements. They would have found discoveries that nobody could find. And since we don't have any of that, that shows me that it doesn't work. I don't believe that people are remote viewing just to see dumb stuff like a million years ago on Mars, X happened. But I'm not going to enrich myself. No, that would be wrong. You know, so I just don't think that works at all. If it worked, somebody would have done something like that. We would have just seen, you know, some person who's not very talented, that doesn't look very smart, all of a sudden is now a billionaire. How did he do that? And then his dumb luck, this guy wins Powerball every week. How can he do that? He was remote viewing the fucking Powerball numbers. He's unstoppable. Watch, next week I'll prove it. I'll win it again. And then next week again. Well, shit, that would be enough proof for me that somebody can predict 7 random numbers every week. That's you know, the extraordinary power and extraordinary evidence. But since they use that to write books that only like 400 people buy, I don't think so. I don't think it works. I don't think it works that you can get a UFO to land, but you can't get. But you got to go get in a helicopter to go pick it up. Should have landed a little bit closer, or the aliens just give up their shit. I mean, if you can remote view and get a UFO to land, could you take control of a Google self-driving car? Because that shit runs itself too, and there's no one in it. So can you summon a Google self-driving car without an app? Let's see that. No, nobody does any of this stuff. Everybody just makes these claims, and then they head for like Art Bell or something. Hey, Joanne, how's it doing? We are waiting for somebody here to use psionics to have it drop right in front of this camera, as we were shown last night in a world exclusive video, because the cover up ended with Ross Coulthart. I got a statue we're working out in the back. We got Jeremy Corbell's done. Knapp's is done. Greer's bronze statue's done. We're bringing up Ross Coulthart next. And we're going to have all these statues and we're going to have credit under each statue of all their fucking discoveries. And, you know, I read each one of them brought the gimbal video up. Jeremy did, and Lou, and Ross, and Greer. They're all responsible for shared credit somehow. Credit's the most important thing. Like in the graveyards of dead people, the credit, their name, and then the credit for the shit they did is important. So that, waiting for that UFO to park. It's going to park here. Now, in case you missed it. Oh, whoops, that was the wrong one. That was a different capture. Working on this UFO capture. All right, now this was this video that we're watching here. This was summoned. No, sorry, this just flew by last week. No summoning required. This was some orange thing that flew by the camera. Now, don't know what it was. I know it's not an airplane. And not a grocery bag. Could be a balloon. Haven't seen, I mean, it doesn't look like a balloon. It's rotating counterclockwise. But, is it, you know, I don't know. I just don't think if you summon something and you get one frame, you didn't summon nothing. Then you can't rule bug out. Bug could have flew by. There's going to be bugs flying by. But, yeah. Well, they smeared a lot of bullshit last night in that episode. That was their big shot too. I don't foresee them topping this episode unless they got a whole bunch of shit sitting on the side, which I don't think they do, because if they did, they would have said, "Stay tuned for tomorrow. We're gonna roll this out." I never even watched News Nation before. I had no idea what the hell that thing was. I heard about it, watched it, and I'm like, wow, this is kind of a crazy channel. But if they had other the guy came out and says he filled in a lot of gaps for the other whistleblowers, right? Remember that? So he's like the whistleblower who seems to know kind of the most. The helicopter pilot would probably know the most. I mean, let's face it. All these whistleblowers are male. None of these. All this stuff happened a long time ago. They're all military, so these guys are all retired military vets. There's no women in this. So far, I've seen no scientists. Every single person that's came out and talked about this is a guy who was, you know, Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, something like that. We haven't seen anybody from like Lawrence Livermore, Sandia National Labs. We haven't seen any scientists defecting. A lot of people think Eric Weinstein was in the program. If he wasn't, then who the hell is smarter than him that got in? These would be like some of our math geniuses. People have doctoral degrees in mathematics. They're certainly not beating down Stephen Greer's door that we've seen. So everybody seems they got out of this about 10 years ago or earlier, and now they're looking to come in and find a new source of revenue. They're not interested saying, you know what, mankind deserves to know. No, they didn't say that. It was kind of saying, well, I got this business called X, Y, and Z Inc. And, you know, that seems to be, that's pretty damn disappointing. So if this was all it was, that if these other whistleblowers are waiting to see what? If this guy's business takes off? Because that's what I felt after I got done watching that, I felt like a kick in the stomach. That there's like a handful of these guys at the top of the UFO pyramid that are raking in hundreds of thousands of dollars off of this. They're intoxicating off their own voice on these specials. And it's no wonder why, you know, today everybody's watching football. No one's talking about this stuff. If you don't treat this seriously, it's not going to be a serious subject. Mr. Bubble, actually what on the NVR, what flew over earlier, about a half hour earlier, I think was an F-35. I'm not sure, but something flew over about the same direction. It was an F-35. Now, F-35s don't come to my part of town. They're over on the other side of the valley at Glendale. So they usually don't come over on the East Valley. But I think that was an F-35. And they're going about the same speed. So, you know, subs, you know, it's not supersonic. So, you know, between 300 and 400 miles an hour. But even if the F-35s are in Class B airspace, which I'm in, they're still going to, under 10,000 feet, be restricted to about 350 knots. You can't, you can't come in here and just punch it. You got to wait till they get a bit outside of town. So if that object, whatever it was, if it was the same altitude of the F-35, it was moving a couple of hundred miles an hour. But I don't know. You can't tell, how far away something is because it gets sandwiched in the zoom. Oh yeah, wasn't there some comet or something we're supposed to be able to see? That'd be cool. I could pick up this 45X camera. Has one hell of a good zoom. Yeah, that was their best shot. That was it. We just saw all the oxygen sucked out of the room on that, and that was it. I don't think this was, like, hey, we're going to roll out on a scale of 1 to 10 or 1 footage and then 2 and 3 and then 4. Later we'll get to the smoking gun, but we want to monetize every step of the way. I think that was the best they had. So, yeah, I don't think we're ever going to know. I don't think there's no disclosure coming. Not the way we think. Not the way Trump's not coming on television going, hey, by the way, there's these aliens. Now that's all you'll talk about. Trump wants people to talk about Trump. He doesn't want people to talk about the Greys. I thought this was bipartisan. Everybody I've seen so far come out is a Republican senator or a House of Representative person. The only Democrat I think I've seen was Kirsten Gillibrand, if she's even a Democrat. I don't know. But the rest of them are all Republicans, so it's like a Republican disclosure. But I don't think we're going to get disclosure. I think 20 years is going to go by real quick, and hamburgers are going to be like $50, and I'm still going to be skywatching. I'm going to be fucking old, and we're still not going to know shit. And it's still going to be, trust me, bro. Yeah, might as well fire that up. But you know what? I got a program that all that stuff was programmed on the computer I just phased out. So I need to I just got to type them back in the browser and hit bookmark. Not hard. All right, so flight radar. Might as well do that. I wish I could get this freaking cosmic watch to work. I've been working with Mateo to try and get it to work, but I can't get it to work. It doesn't make any sense. It's just a freaking USB COM port. All right. All right, so here's flight radar. Let's see, and I'll zoom in. Let's see. Yeah. So I live right here in this $1 million house on this. Just kidding. That's where Dr. Lynn lives. Nah, she doesn't live there. She lives somewhere over here. No, I'm down here where the poor people are. Down here in the valley. All right, that's flight radar. Now let me bring up the ADS-B. Sucks. Oh, I wanted to bring something up. Okay, so all right, let's talk about this for a second. Okay, so this kind of freaked me out. Last night's show, they were talking about a mystery box that they had this box. He said he didn't know what was in it, if it was full of stuff or not. He said they got sick from this box. Everybody did. They got sick, and then they talked to Gary Nolan, Gary Nolan, and Gary Nolan confirmed this. Okay, a couple of points here. One is they never did say the name of that guy's employer. All right, I'll tell you, it was the CIA. That was his employer. He worked for the CIA. And why didn't they say that? I don't know. But he did. Why didn't they say alleged CIA? Well, Susan Go would have came out and said something before she gets shit canned later tonight at midnight, right? So they didn't come out and say CIA. Well, I can tell you it's the CIA because Gary Nolan tells people that he does medical. He's looked at the medical records for people who have injuries that are CIA employees. That's how we know it's the CIA. Now, yes, I'm in Chandler. Now, these guys got sick. That's something I didn't really want to talk about, but I think at this point I probably should. I only watched that show once. Maybe I should go watch a rerun from last night. So he brought up that he said the skin fell off, all of his hair fell out. And he said the skin fell off his body. Now, just a sec. That's where it hit home. Somebody up as he asked for a moderator, and you could use a couple. So that's where it hit me, where he said the skin fell off. Now, this isn't something easy to talk about. Some of my friends know that this has been going on. I got out of the ufology in 2003 and quit it, and got back in about 2015, and I almost quit it again 6 months ago. I had a fucked up summer. I came down with a rare skin disease that took 15 months to diagnose. Just like what I heard last night, except I didn't haul no box around, right? This has happened to me. Skin fell off all my body too. And I probably can tell you what drugs they gave him to get the skin to come back on, because I'm still on them. These drugs are going to be on for years. This is not an easy fix. And then another thing is, when the skin falls off your body, you start freezing. I was shivering in the doctor's office, just sitting freezing. And she's like, "My God, you're cold." I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Well, that's because you're missing your skin." And then it hit me. Oh, shit, she's right. I'm missing skin on most of my body, so that when the layers of your skin come off, you get really cold. And I'm not like my wife gets cold a lot, but I'm not a person that gets cold. So when my skin fell off, man, it was hot in here. It was a whole different temperature. I was running things. So there's only about 1,000 or 2,000 people on the entire planet that have this type of disease. It's really, really rare. I ended up having a team of doctors from my dermatology department working on this. I had nurses come to my house. I'm still fighting United Healthcare for these meds. This is the first time in months that I've had skin on my hands. It was really bad. It got so bad in September, I had just totally checked out and just said, I'm done with everything. Um, I had a whole different look at life after this because everything I have meant nothing. All material possessions was just worthless. And I knew I was gonna lose all my hair because it had hit my face. So this disease first showed up on my feet, and there were just a couple of small marks, and I didn't know what they were. And I didn't have time to figure it out because at that time we left town and we went to Utah on a UFO hunt. So I was gone for, it was about a week or so. And I didn't want to tell anybody because they probably thought I had like diseases or something. But I was like, my skin's all fucked up. I don't know what's wrong. So I didn't think anything. I thought it'd go away. Then that was really bad, having this disease in the middle of the desert, because it's so bad you start itching, and when you itch, you rip the skin right off, right? So my left hand is really bad, and this is the first time I've had skin on it for 3 months. Because what would happen is as soon as the skin would come off and it would heal, it would come right back off again, right back off, right back off. So my skin was completely coming off my hands, both sides, and my hands were like swollen like beehives, like real thick. I have photos of all this too. And the skin turns into ham, so it starts looking like ham that you get out of, or what's the other, salmon. They look like salmon. And then when it went through the hands, then it went up to the arms. So it starts going to the arms, and then you got the dermatologist going, hey, is this normal? This is normal, right? Right? And they're like, oh yeah, that's eczema. Here, go take some Duplexant. You'll clear right up. So they get me on Duplexant, right? I find out that and we've all seen those commercials for Duplexant. Now, if you see a commercial, you can't afford it. Now, if you don't have insurance, Duplexant will cost you $15,000 a shot. You need to take 2 shots a month. So do the math. And yeah, I tried that. That didn't work. It took months to get cleared on Duplexant. That didn't work. And they said, it's psoriasis. So they did biopsies of me. And they would take chunks of my skin out. And at that point, it was all over my legs. And they were it looked like I had pepperonis going up my leg. And this is the point where I'm starting to freak out. And I get these pepperonis over my leg. And they do a biopsy. And it comes back, and it goes, hey, you have eczema and psoriasis. I'm like, really? You can get both? And like, well, I don't know, the computer says it, because they read computer readouts. They don't just wing it, you know. So that was the first time I had biopsies done, and they don't know what it is. So the drugs that I'm on now, they can't start you with. By law, they have to start with those TV commercial pills, and then when they get to the end, they go, shit, none of that works. So then they start calling in the specialists. So they called in this guy. He's like, I think this guy could be an alien. This guy was so smart. I feel real dumb around this guy, and I'm not the smartest guy, but I'm not stupid. But anyway, this guy was so smart. He goes, Tom, I've never lost a case. I've fixed every case. So I'm like, really? Okay. So he ends up later saying, okay, this is what you have. You have basically all this stuff, but it's on steroids. And there's no cure for eczema. There's no cure for psoriasis. You will be on those injector pills for the rest of your life, or until the insurance kicks you off. So that, with the back problems I had, I have L1, 2, 3, and 4 discs are destroyed from construction work in my back, so I can't lose weight by getting on a treadmill. So I'm just fucked. I'm fucked from the skin. I'm fucked from the back. So I'm thinking about suicide and shit. Trains. drug overdose, whatever, you know. But I got a grandkid, I got family, and I support them, so I can't, you know, it's not an option. But you think about that stuff, you know. I mean, it goes through your head, like, is this how it's going to be from now on? And so I asked the doctor, I said, so he goes, we only see one of these cases a year, and you're this year's case. So this isn't normal. There's only a couple of people in the state of Arizona that have this. I start Googling this. There's only a couple of thousand people that have had this. And the good news is the drugs that you're on will stop this completely in time. But the bad news is they can cause renal failure. So they gave me 2 different drugs to pick. They said one of them is going to take your cholesterol, and it's going to make it go through the roof. The other one is really bad on your kidneys and your liver. So either way, which one you choose, you're going to be doing blood work every week. So we can, like, stop you if you have renal failure. And I'm like, fuck, it's down to this now. So, that's why I was just ready to exit the whole UFO field. And I started asking him, hey, you know, since this is rare, you know, I mentioned the George Knapp thing. I said, if I don't make it, this show's coming out of Netflix at some time, right? And so these guys were these fans. They wanted, you know, these doctors wanted me to make it. And I said, you know, I'm pretty open about being an experiencer. And I said, you know, is any chance these other guys are experiencers that you treat? You know, I know you don't go up to people saying, hey, you know, you got fucked up skin disease. Any chance you've seen grays? I don't know how you work that into conversation as a dermatologist, but anyway. So yeah, I asked them. They didn't have an answer. So I'm watching that show last night, and this guy says, I'm losing all my hair. My skin's falling off. And I'm like, you know, I'm almost completely clear now. I've been on this. They started me on this in October 1st. And so I took the one for the liver and the kidney. So I can't go in the sun. My immune system is weakened because of it. You can't drink alcohol. Few restrictions, but I'm a lot better. This was completely on my ass. I mean, couldn't even sit down, right? I couldn't walk. The skin on my bottom of my feet fell off in layers. So they took photos of me to show other people. There were 7 layers of my skin on the bottom of my feet that fell off. And I was freezing, and my feet were bleeding. My fingertips were bleeding almost constantly. And I'm a software developer, so I type for a living. And it's hard. But now, I had to take it. Yeah. By the time they gave me the drugs, it had hit my face and it had hit my eyelids. So once this hits you, you start scratching. You can't stop. You start scratching and you rip the skin off. So the skin on my eyelids were falling off. And that's when you start thinking about trains, planes, and automobiles. And that's when they finally, and then I had to wait for fucking United Healthcare. And you know, when that guy got shot, I smiled, the CEO. He fucked so many people. But anyway, yeah, I finally got on it. So I had a checkup. I only got a couple of spots on my ankles left. My hands are great. For once, I have oil on my fingertips. Where I work, we have a biometric center to get in, and you have to put your fingerprint on a thing to scan it. And this was the only fingerprint I had left on this finger, and I didn't have fingerprints on my fingers for like 6 months. It's just absolutely fucking horrible disease. Wouldn't wish this on anybody, but it was very weird. Anyway, looping back to last night to hear that this guy got it, and these other people on his mission got it. So how I got it is How I got it is just equally as bizarre. Let me just slow down a second. I got it from LASIK surgery. Cortisone cream. I could show you that I've went through $700 worth of topicals. None of them work. They don't work on this. At first, they gave me prednisone. Prednisone wiped this completely out, but that was before my skin of my hands fell off. And prednisone wiped this out. But the problem with prednisone is it comes back with a vengeance. So I've met a lot of people now in ufology that have psoriasis and eczema. Some of them are brand name ufologists, the leading brand names. And if some of them take prednisone for that, and it will get rid of it, but it will come back twice as hard. So if you have this type of thing, don't take prednisone. It's the worst. I begged the dermatologist for it, like, please, 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 give me the prednisone until the anti-Bud Light shit drinking. You can't drink no more pills. Come on, just give me some prednisone. And they wouldn't do it. They said, dude, you're going to suffer, but you're going to thank me later. Do not take freaking prednisone at all. That's nasty shit. Yeah, you gotta. I'll laugh while I'm dying probably, but yeah. So I am wondering if the skin flowing off your body disease is a side effect of experiencers. That's why I brought this up, and that's why I don't like talking about medical shit. But if there's somebody else out there who's suffering from this, is another experiencer, and you're thinking about jumping in front of a fucking train, don't. There's hope. There is hope. So this is probably the genesis of why I started doing these podcasts, because it just made me realize time's getting short, and while I got time left, I'm gonna fucking go both barrels burning until it's time to cycle out and come back and do this all again. I'm not scared of going anymore. I'm not a religious person, and I don't believe in any religious. I have friends that are Muslims and Christians, and Jewish. But I don't believe in none of that stuff. But it's fine, they do. But I do believe there's something beyond this. And we're here testing our souls or something in these bodies. And these bodies will last a short period. And then we can come back and try this again and learn a different lesson. So we probably shift through different humankind, species, men, women, animals, whatever, and we learn and grow. And I'm more excited to do what I can with this body and then learn from this experience and do this again. But yeah, this was some. If I can make it through this, I can make it through whatever else they're gonna kick me in the balls with in this life. But yeah, I mean. I bet you that Jake Barber, that's his name, he probably came down with PRP, and it could have been from these fucking aliens weakened his immunity system. But yeah, so that was the highlight. Wasn't really the egg from that show. Was when he was talking about his skin falling off his body. So the key to this, I think, is in the experiencers. A lot of people say this is about consciousness. Not me. This is about subconsciousness. This is about our subconsciousness strings all this together. We're not really, it seems like when we're born, we're not allowed to really know what happened before this life or the next one. But I think these aliens know. I think that's their secret sauce. They know what happens to us. If they're alive for thousands of years, they could watch your whole family tree. They could watch great, 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 great grandchildren pass down people from time and know a hell of a great deal, like a UFO Yoda in space. Yeah, I've seen that. Streams dropping. Fuck. They got some football going in the background. Yeah, man, I'm dropping frames. It's gonna. All right, well, it looks like the stream's pumping back up. I'm kind of on the fence if I should just re-hit this stream up. Give it a second. If it keeps dropping under 10, I'm going to stop and start. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to undo my 4K or my 2K TV here. I'm going to undo one of these cameras. I might have plugged one too many cameras in. I'm trying to do cause and effect to see what's killing this. You know what's weird is I get better streaming on Wi-Fi than I do plugged in, which doesn't make any sense with computers at all. There's an alarm system on the top of this particular thing. The alarm system is annoying as hell. What it does is when something breaks through the thing, it gives off an alarm system that comes outside the camera and wakes up all the neighbors. These thermals have default alarms. I don't even know. I don't use them. I turn all that audio stuff off. Looks like unplugging one camera has threw in another 10,000 kilobyte into the pot. How the hell did you break that arm? Did you fall down on that or what? Yeah, it would be something to knock football offline, which would be about impossible. One thing that's good about the 4K thing here that I can do is the minute details this will pump out versus HD in StreamYard. At night, some of these cameras that I got can see so many damn stars that when I turn the 4K on to these, it's going to be a pretty clear difference. I think the problem I have is I have an overloaded network switch. So I probably need to just dial back 2 dome cameras, maybe permanently, because trying to use some of that to broadcast, plus through the switch, is overloaded network congestion. I don't know why. I mean, the place that I have to use the fingerprint to get into the biometric data center. God damn, the amount of cameras in there it blows this away. It's like just walls and walls and walls. You can't do shit in there. I mean, if they could, they'd put a camera in the toilet in that place. So I almost need like a network security expert to tell me how in the hell I can set up a network like this without just plugging the whole thing to hell. Right? Well, I mean, if it has 16 ports, then why do you plug 4 cameras in and then all of them start stuttering? So I don't get that. See, even if I'm not uploading, like, you know, streaming right now, this still happens. This happened last night when I was going through one of these cameras. You plug in one camera too many, and then they're like, oh, that's too much. And I don't know. I'm a software expert, not a network guy. I know some stuff about networking to be dangerous, but I don't know how the hell IP cameras work through that. Yeah, something like that. I think what I should probably do is just take whatever cameras that I opt are the best. Fuck this goddamn 4,000 kilobytes. I had a pretty good stream until I pushed up flight radar, and then everything went to shit. What tell me, what do you got? How many cameras do you got? You got a pole switch? I mean, I didn't have this many problems when I was using this thing. That's a 4-porter. I mean, you don't get 4 cameras, but when I use this, I didn't have a problem. When I bought a big ass pole at 16 port, it's a problem. But it should be able to do 2 to 3 to 4 of these cameras. I mean, why have 16 ports if you can only run 4? You have 2 4K cameras. Yeah, reality check, do you have those into, well, you're going to have them into this to pull them. Or you're going to use the PO from the NVR. Now, if you have them plugged into the NVR, you're not going to have congestion problems. But if you plug them into a PO, and then, for example, I have one NVR. Let's say this the NVR over there. The NVR is plugged in, but they have no cameras plugged in it at all. None. What's plugged into is it's plugged into the internet. And from the internet, that accesses the PO switch, and then they can get any of those cameras from that PO switch. So you can plug one device in to your network, plug no cameras in it, and then have them suck the cameras off the PO switch. And then you can have it at any room in the house. That's what I'm doing, but that's where I'm getting the network congestion as far as the camera streaming. As far as this stream, I don't know what that has to do with it. Yeah, that's pretty much all you can do. Is, but at some point you're going to get so many cameras, you're going to overload what your system's capable of. So I have that bad problem. Is there's too many cameras. What you probably do is just use a couple, because you can't get 3 cameras running at the same time. To get 3 dome cameras on one target's impossible, even with clouds, because when one sees a cloud this way, the other will see it at another angle. If you have a blue sky, you will never get those looking at the same target. Like a UFO, I've tried it. Even on aircraft, it's next to impossible. By the time you get one on it, then you get another one that the object is moved, so you cannot get a lock. The only way you can do that is UFODAP has a method that will have one camera as a master and one as a slave. But I don't know how that works, because that's what I was trying to figure out today, was some of that. Like how to get one running good and then slave one up. Hey Xavier, how you doing? Yeah, it could be. It could be. I think I just got too many. I have these daisy chained off of this, daisy chained off of this, daisy chained off of another one. Alright, let's see if this is working. Try these thermal cameras for a second. These thermal cameras have all of them plugged into the NVR. Attempting to move them. They're moving, but I think they're moving really slow. There they go. Yeah, that's slow. This is a very old Pelco pan and tilt system. Now these I don't have any lag, but these are plugged directly into the NVR. And this one here is giving us the minus 12 degrees up in the upper part of the sky, and then the hottest. So what it's going to do, it goes down to minus 22 degrees is the lowest temperature. These are accurate within 1 degree. And then we have the temperature of the hottest thing. So between 74 degrees and minus 13 is what we're seeing here. And there's also another way you can click directly with a mouse and get any temperature reading, but you have to do that through a browser. The point of doing this is to get the exact temperature of a UFO. So it's a matter of time until I do that. I've done it a couple of times, but I'm not 100% sure if they were UFOs or not. As you can see birds flying around. See, when you see birds, the other night I had on Dan Starsky's, he's a helicopter skywatcher, and we were showing some UAPs that he had shot from the bird, that he was flying in. And when you see birds flying around, they don't, they, you see birds, they flap, but you don't see them skip through 4 frames going 1,000 miles an hour. I really wish they would make a 4K thermal. It would probably cost a fortune. These thermals are fine. The 3 thermals are plugged directly into an NVR. So each port uses 2. So this NVR is a 4-port or 8-port. So having 3 cameras plugged in uses up 6, because one color, one thermal, one color, one thermal, one color, one thermal. And then the other port is that 45 power camera. But see, that's not plugged in to the NVR. That's plugged into the 16 port switch. What I need to do is come up with a network diagram that kind of shows where shit's pointing at. But see, that's plugged into the switch. And then from the NVR, oh, that was interesting. Let me switch this real quick. Couple of black objects over here, but they're birds. But it's interesting to watch them move around. Let's see. All right, so if I go into the network, okay, so we have 3 of these thermal cameras plugged in, okay? So 67, 65, and 69. All right, though these are 10.1.1. These are auto-assigned the IP address by the NVR. Now, this one right here, 192.168.1.200, this is the 45 power zoom camera. Now, I just unplugged it because I was trying to conserve a bit of bandwidth. This thing right here is plugged into a switch. So what I first did was plug it in, and with that, just like everything, you assign it 192.168.1.108. That's your default. Once you get that dialed in, move it to a different IP address so the next camera coming in can have that default 108 address. So this one I put at .200. Now that goes into the switch. If you plug it into the switch will not change the IP address to 10.1.1. something else. Because if it does do that, then you can get into a browser to access it, but you got to change your network card stuff. But if it leaves it, if you plug it in the switch at that 192.168, it'll leave that IP address. From there, you can access it now throughout the rest of your network. That's why you plug it into the switch instead of plugging it into the NVR, because if you plug it into the NVR, it's NVR control only. If you leave it and you plug it into the switch, now I can go into a Chrome and I can type that IP address into the browser with the credentials to log in, and I have access to everything there that's in the browser, which has probably 200 times more control values of options than you can get through the NVR. So that's why you do that. That's why I do that anyway. I mean, I try to keep as many as I can in the switch until the switch overloads, and then you put them into the NVR, and that's how that configuration is set up, if that makes any sense. So I can see that the TV over on my right has the backlights burnt out, so that TV needs to go to the junker. Jesus, another TV I used up. So yeah, the sky. Look at it, it's minus 22 out. I mean, it's like this in the summer too. It's 100 something here. It's minus 20 up in the sky. I can tell you this about TVs. If you buy a television that's an LED, because I buy a lot. I buy a lot of TVs. I even have a TV on the toilet so you won't miss a touchdown when you take a dump. Nah, just kidding. I don't have that. But if you buy an LED TV, get them with a 5-year warranty. If you don't, you're gonna get. Well, if you use them how I do, that TV's gonna burn out. Let me explain. LED television sets, and I know I've went through dozens of these things, have a lifetime in these sets. In the back of an LED television has backlights that backlight it, and what they are is they're little LEDs that are on light strips, and they go all up and down your back of your television, and just about all LEDs that I know of have these. Now, these LEDs are all sourced from the same place in China, so it doesn't matter if you have an LG, a Sony, a Samsung, a Panasonic, a Sharp, a Realistic, RCA. They all source the backlight strips from the same company. This company has built these LED strips to spec for 3 years. So what this means is if you buy this television and you leave it on for 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, it will last for 3 years. So it will last for 36 months, 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. Ask Chat GPT how many hours that is. As soon as that hour comes up, you're all of a sudden going to see some purple behind your television in month 37. If you use them 6 days a week, 8 hours a day like I do, they're going to drop. You're going to see some purple missing in the back. Television's still going to work the same, but you're going to see spots in the back. You know, what's this? Backlights burnt out. Now, when I used to only have 5 TVs in here and not 10, I bought all these TVs at the same time. And they all pop up at the same time. And guess what? The LEDs all went out at the same time on these sets. Went out, boom. One over here bopped out. Next weekend, the one over here went out. And then went, oh shit. So this is what's going on? And I thought maybe these are just Samsungs. And I Googled it. Happens to Sony. Happens to LG. Happens to every television after 36 months. So, here's your magic trick. You get a 5-year warranty on these TVs, and you use them. You use a lot. I use all, the ones that I use a lot, those LEDs are going out first. Now, if you get these things from Costco, if you can get a 5-year warranty on them, and you use them, that's where I got some of these. So then your 3.5 comes around, television goes out. That model isn't made anymore. They just gave you a brand new TV. So now that TV you bought, say in 2020, went out in 2024, but you got a new TV, so that TV from 2020 will now last you to 2028. Found this out the hard way with a lot of these televisions. So now there's OLED. I don't trust that. OLED will burn in. I had an OLED in, and I had the timestamp burn into one of those. I wouldn't get those. The newest one I got is this 55-inch. I can't even remember what QLED. QLED. Now, I did a little bit of research on that. I don't think this happens with QLED. Not sure. So think about that when you're buying a television for sky watching. That switch has 16 ports. That's a power over need. There's different types of switches. So there's network switch. This is a PO switch. So there's 16 in there. Uses about 4, and then it kind of gets overloaded. And I'm using them for a lot. I'm running the Raspberry Pi computer system off. You know what else I noticed? On that Investigation Alien special, the clips that they showed of mine didn't show the date. I just remember that. Showing the producer the stuff, he was like, "Oh, this is cool because this is new." So he would look up in the right-hand corner, and he would see the timestamp, and he goes, "Oh, this is current. So this is like recently shot." And they like that because they don't want to show old footage if they're showing fresh activity. But here's the thing: when they show that on television, they're not showing the surveillance camera watermark. Why? I don't know. For some reason, that's always edited out. So I started thinking about this, and I started thinking, you know what? They never show this. There's other people out there who probably got surveillance footage. It's been on television, but they zoom and crop. So they don't show, like, heads up stuff if they can help it. I don't know why. I think it's because it dates the show. So if they show it, it'll be like, oh, you could sell. That show was like last month. So then you can kind of tell when the production was made. No idea. Something had to do with TV Magic. Something like that. All right, so I'm getting up to 60,000 kilobytes, which is over what this thing allows. So I'm getting a super fast stream again. So what it looks like is one of those cameras vacuumed down 10 meg. It was the new one. So either camera, really, any camera. Plug too many in, something's going to use up the resources. But it doesn't make sense because these cameras, they shouldn't be using upload. They should only be using download. If you're doing USB cameras, probably I end up doing that because I don't have a choice. My this computer right here has a 3090 graphics card in there, so there's no room for anything else. So I'm forced to use video capture stuff off USB 3. One trick might help is you can go into your power options on your computer. In the advanced area, you can shut off USB going to sleep. So what happens is for your computer to save power, sometimes your USB will decide X is plugged into it. It's not being used. Put to sleep. So that can disable video capture cards and stuff. That was one of the issues I think was happening with this. Now, note, even though I've been having some streaming problems, this has not crashed. This video capture card that's capturing this off a USB stream has not crashed once. In couple hours I've been doing this. But when I was using that other computer with 64 gig of RAM, that crashed. And 64 gig of RAM is more than enough to run any video capture card. So it's I don't like computer voodoo. Computers either make sense or they don't. All right, I'm gonna fire up UFODAP one more time. turned on analytics. Let's see if we can just get anything going through here. Jesus Christ, is it 5 o'clock already? I typically try to just hook up everything I can, and luckily, what the hell? I think aircraft went by. You know, as a guy playing games on and off, I never spent more than $125 on a graphics card. And I figured, you know, they were rip-off. You know, you can usually... I was like, played a lot of consoles and stuff. And then I lost my mind. And I bought $16,000 worth of graphics cards. And, yeah. And I broke even on them. And, yeah, we went through a lot of that. Yeah, so these computers have $3,000 graphics cards in them. And how the hell did I go from never paying $100 for a graphics card to buying 5 of them for $3,000 a piece? Well, I wish that story started with a bar, but it didn't. So yeah, they eventually all mined a bunch of Bitcoin for a couple of years during the pandemic, and I recently just pulled all that cash out, and yeah, we got some air traffic there. Cool. And broke even on them. So essentially, got to be like Oprah. And that computer was free, and this computer was free, and that computer was free, and this computer was free, and that computer was free. But I didn't think I was going to make my money back off of it. I could tell this UFODAP is not going to get dialed in like this. This thing needs to probably come off the damn roof and get configured in the backyard with the laser pointer. Because if it's seeing an aircraft like that and it's not boxing a target and recording, then there's a couple of settings that need to be adjusted on minimum pixel capture to maximum pixel capture. There's some settings in there. It's to filter bugs out and stuff like that. Like, don't capture real small stuff. It's also to filter out aircraft. Like, I don't want stuff this large. I want, you know, it's to try and put a trim in for the object capture that you're attempting to do. And then to get it to zoom in and follow and incrementally zoom in, that's when it working really good. That's the magic trick. But it can anticipate experience. So if you have experienced skywatch and you're like, yeah, it's going to go this way, but it may come out of that side of the cloud, it may not. The computer doesn't know that. It's predicting its next step based upon previous steps. Yeah, free's always good. Yeah, Kia Novia is pretty good for that. That does good path tracking. So does Adobe, but Adobe sure as hell isn't free. Yeah, Paul, I kind of went into I went into a whole bunch of that. I don't want to repeat all that. There's a some of that was interesting. The egg was interesting. That was our just summarize. If they had anything better than the egg, we would have saw it, right? They would have brought the cover up to its knees. All the whistleblowers seem to know all the other whistleblowers. If these whistleblowers are contacting Stephen Greer, their life's not in danger, right? Because you can't tell Greer, Coulthard, Knapp, Corbell, these military guys, Arrow, Kirkpatrick, and still keep a secret. Cat's out the bag. You tell 2 ufologists, you told 20. So these guys look to be building a post UFO career out of this. They don't really seem to give a shit about humanity owing anything to them. Everybody's in this, even the aliens. We're all in this for ourselves, our own self-preservation and survival. That's our own instinct. There's no altruism of these whistleblowers that are coming out of the goodness of their heart to fucking help any of us. We're all on our own, man. So yeah, that is. There's apparently something like that that's in development that when you capture it, it's supposed to upload it to a database. I don't know if that works. I've heard about it. It's in the manuals, in the documentation, but I don't think anybody uses it, to tell you the truth. Yeah, it's a UFODAP database of auto captures. But then again, this is Ron doing. Ron's retired, man. I mean, when you get older, you get tired. You don't have the energy you do when you're a young buck. So he's doing all this by himself. I mean, I wish he had like 50 people working with him. Trying to figure out how to capture all of UFODAP instead of just this window. I can get that set up. All right, there's a bit more of the window there. All right. So this window here shows you since some of the camera stuff. Like this is where you would adjust the zoom and the zoom speed. So these are, that you leave at 0, these two you leave at 0. There's a couple of these sliders. you could leave there. Now, as far as tracking, these are the tracking parameters. So this shows the difference of how you can adjust these tracking parameters. So in here, what we have is this the minimum time prior to tracking sequence, the maximum time. So that's in seconds. We have 10 seconds, we have 30 seconds. We have event interval, the maximum acceptable time between events, which means in between events, 5 seconds between the events. Crop increments, increment by crop of 3. Blur, the number of surrounding pixels. I don't exactly know what that means. But it's all in the manual, but it's hard to figure out what all this means together. The minimum area allowed target size in pixels. So that means don't target anything lower than 20 pixels. And then maximum pixels. Don't target anything low. So you can hit default here, right? So if I don't want that, I could see, well, minimum. Now you put in 10 there and hit save. So now these are how you adjust your tracking parameters on UFODAP. And it will do it, there's no need to restart it, it'll do it on the fly. So now it's going to change all that values, all those values right there. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, if you get a P1000, it's amazing they haven't came out with a P2000. I've had one for a couple of years. It's a great camera. That is one of the few cameras I haven't gotten any UFOs on. If I get something on that, that's going to be one hell of a camera. Now you will get some very, very good footage of Saturn. You'll get Jupiter and at least 4 moons with that. It comes with a remote control. The remote control is really good. That you can not touch it and zoom in with the P1000. So a pro trick to get really good videos for, say, your YouTube channel with the P1000 is take the camera, zoom in, say, on Jupiter, so you can get it in focus and get it centered. Then take the remote control, zoom all the way out, then hit record. And now without touching the camera, you can hit zoom in, and it'll zoom all the way into Jupiter with no camera shake, because you're not touching it, no vibration. It'll zoom perfectly in, and then you could zoom perfectly out and then hit stop. And you'll have a nice zoom in and a zoom out of that planet, perfectly framed and perfectly shot. However, one of the things that's disappointing is this camera is HDMI out. So you could 4K out of a P1000. And what I would recommend is to get a small television set to put on top, like a 4 or 5 inch. But once you plug the HDMI out, the camera detects that and it disables the zoom. So now you can't use the remote control to zoom in and out anymore. Why? I don't know. I think it's because the processor inside the camera doesn't have multitasking abilities on the chip. So it was this one or it was that one. Can't do both. That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, they purposely crippled the ability of that camera. But it's a beautiful camera. One of my favorites. Mr. Bubble, how about the guy who won Powerball is actually a remote viewer and they're not telling you? Right? Wrong. They're not remote viewers. Remote viewers can't win Powerball because remote viewing don't fucking work. show something else here. Another thing this does. All right, so I got another screen on. Damn, you know, Mr. Bubble. Ever since I unplugged that SD, the .200 camera, haven't dropped below 50,000 kilobytes on the stream. So the lesson here is my stream is also affected on my upload depending on how many of these fucking cameras are plugged in. You know, I start plugging in the SS Minnow and the Titanic and this and that and the kitchen sink, and shit, everything goes slow. Go figure. So this right here is one of the options called pan and tilt configuration. This is a new thing that Ron Ulch is built in. So I think this is for Pelco systems. So I don't know. I don't use it. So you would put in like the type here. So he is doing something with analog Pelco systems, believe it or not. I mean, how awesome is that? So, and that's what I have on the roof controlling these thermals is a Pelco pan and tilt. Now, will I use it for this? Absolutely not. I wouldn't use it for that. That pan and tilt is this is. God, can I even show this? Can't even show this. This is how it works. This is old up, down, left, right. It doesn't even have diagonal controls for fuck's sake. I mean, this thing right here. The only reason I got it is because I didn't know what a Dahua dome camera was. So that was back when I was buying 4K cameras off of Amazon, and I was getting the P1000. I was getting Panasonics. I was getting Blackmagic Studios. I was getting 4K cameras, but I was getting them to put on glass 3/4 inch lenses, and then I was putting them in this tube that would then go on this Pelco pan and tilt system, and then somehow I was got to figure out how to put air conditioning in that. I know, some crazy shit I was thinking about doing. And that was before I knew about all these IP cameras and surveillance stuff. And then once I started getting here, then I kept some of those. Like I kept the P1000, I kept the Panasonic GH5. But those are like when I go out on a mobile hunt. The other stuff's mounted on the house, so that way it's weatherproof. So I was attempting to weatherproof a P1000 and put it inside a tube. And I can say this, but I did buy a Blackmagic Studio camera. These are $1,200 little boxes, and 3/4 inch lenses go on them. And I bought one of those, and it had a burnt out pixel. So I sent it back, got a new one. They sent me one overnight, and I had another one the next morning. I sent that one back, and I thought I waterproofed it. It rained. One of those few times it rained. And anyway, that camera was a little fucked up the next day. It didn't work. When I powered it up, light went on, powered off. Light went on, powered off. Light went on, powered off. So, oh, shit. You know, that's just too damn bad, Jeff Bezos. You're going to have to eat the cost of that. I'm shipping that fucker back. So I shipped it back, said this thing never worked. Bad timing. I had also shipped back a $4,000 thermoscope that I'd used for 20 days. And one of those items would have been okay. But when you send back two and say, I didn't use them on Scout's Honor, and I'd like my $5,000 back, please. Yeah, you get that. With a stern warning, don't you ever do this again or you're canceled from Amazon Prime. So, yeah. So I blew up a Blackmagic Studio, but that was one hell of a camera. It had a fan in it, which is really weird. But the pixel quality was so good. I mean, compared to the Dahua Thermal 4K, wasn't even comparable. Just because something says 4K and another one says 4K, don't mean the two 4Ks are equal. They can be totally different. The 4K of a P1000 is totally different than the resolution of a Panasonic GH5S or a Sony AX7. Those 4K resolutions and the encoder algorithms and different codecs that you can use are totally different than one size fits all codec inside the Panasonic P1000, because the P1000 you cannot change, as far as I know. You can change your recording, I think, from 30, 80, 60, 40 to maybe something else, but you're still stuck with that codec. Now, like in a Panasonic or a Sony, you're going to have a fucking drop-down list of different codecs and devices that you can use. So the point is the Blackmagic Studio could see really, really minute things very far away, where these P1000 just couldn't. So that would be a really good camera for UFODAP. However, that is not that's a very hard camera to weatherproof. And I also did that during the winter time, so I don't think that would have survived the summer. Last summer we had a thermal pointing up on the chimney, and these cameras up there right now were running at 134 degrees, which is 14 degrees lower than what you fry hamburgers at. So I don't think a Blackmagic Studio can operate 14 degrees under a hamburger patty. Yeah, these ISOs are amazing, but we can't get those out of weatherproof cameras. Yeah, the range on a P1000 is you can detect facial recognition at about 1.2 miles. I tried it out in Hawaii. I could see people paddleboarding. There were little specks like that, and I could zoom in on it and see the dude's face. So you can go to town with that shit. All right. So another thing for that. It's just about nighttime here, so. This is another great menu. All right, so this menu here is a really cool menu. This is in Sony they refer to this as like the lightning strike. Okay, I have a friend, Chris Miller. Chris Miller, he's a retired skywatcher. He's got cameras that are out of range that I can't afford. He has this one camera that he told me about. It's a Sony, and again, it didn't come with the lens, so it was like $5,000 for the Sony. I didn't know what model it is, and then thousands for the lenses. And his camera records at 240 frames a second at 4K. And on top of that, it has in here what Chris referred to as lightning mode. So what it did is it cached everything it recorded, even though you weren't recording while the camera's on. And he would tell me how this works. He goes, Tom, you take this camera and you film lightning. And as soon as you see lightning and a strike, you hit the record button as soon as you see a strike come down. And then it'll record. But what the camera's actually doing is it was pre-caching the recording 5 seconds before you hit the record button. So by the time you hit the record button and engage, you get that 5 seconds before you hit the button. Thus, you got every single lightning strike with it because you didn't miss it, because it cached all those lightning strikes. Yeah, that's one hell of a feature, man. I bet you can get some beautiful photography with that. So, UFODAP comes up, and about a couple dozen people at the time using it, and I suggest Iran. It's got up, down, cross controls. And I go, hey, could we get diagonal? He goes, sure. A week later, diagonal controls. Okay, that was easy. And I'm like, okay, let's push this. Hey, Ron, I told about lightning mode, on the Sony camera. Is there any way we can get lightning mode? Because, this is why I'm bringing this up. Because when something penetrates this red box, the plane, object, UFODAP, whatever, UFO, has to hit this box. Then recording should engage when you're set up right. What happened before it hit here? I want that data. It's extra data. So Ron does it. And here's what we got. And this was because I requested it, and you ask and you shall receive. Before it had enable and disable, which turns on or off the record button. Now you have record. See what this does here is this, as soon as the UFO is gone, it stops recording. If you use this option, it'll just keep recording until you hit the manual button to stop. This is default mode here, but if you hit this, you get a video with the text. With the text means this stuff, the zoom, right? The zoom stuff there. That's what that means. And if you're not, you get it clean. It also gives you a still frame every 3 seconds. This can be adjusted. Auxiliary video. Now this is that cache part. So this green area here is pre-cache, right? So it starts out 0. But if you take the slider and you move it over here to 5, when something penetrates this box, you will get a file of when it penetrated that box, and you will get a separate video file 5 seconds before, up to 5, of it penetrating that box. Now you select the auxiliary video options. What type of video? So I say televideo without text. What does that mean? Televideo without text means clean, like this video here. Just as me, it says 4K skywatch in the corner. Now, televideo without text is just a clean video. This is what broadcast television wants. They don't ever want to see 4K skywatching. They would just edit that out, right? So you get 2 videos. Up to 2. You can get the clean one and you can get the markup one. The markup one is very important because if you find what I call a highway or a portal or something, with that text, you get the framing. You get the zoom, the speed, the horizontal field of view, the azimuth, exactly where you need to be to bring the camera right back to that same spot every time. That's what that means. That's with text, without text. And let's go on. So you have wide angle view with digital view. What does that mean? That means this button right here, the telephoto, right? So you will get that video. What else? Tracking. You would get this. You would get the wide angle, plus you get one video of whatever that had. And so on. Path tracks. This shows you the path track. So far, nothing because this isn't dialed in right. And then spectrum. Spectrum is that other filter over here. So you will get a video of the spectrum. There's no reason to use spectrum at all unless you have a spectrum filter on. So don't even waste time with that. And then you have auxiliary options down here for audio. And this is where it's actually going to save your folders. So that is that menu right there. Analytics. Move this one. All right. So before I go into that, now UFODAP is good because you can analyze pre-recorded video. You can go back and look through folders of video. You can look at historic video. You can look at anything with it. So you can go back and have it look through stuff. And $100 isn't that much considering Ron's gonna, give you a lot of help and tech support. I mean, dude's fucking retired. He could ask 1,000 and some of us would pay for it. That's cool. Yeah, Blackmagic's a great camera. Just don't combine them with water. Otherwise, if you do, make sure you send it back to Jeff Bezos within 29 days. Yeah, there's a channel that popped up. that was showing Jupiter live on YouTube the other night, and I looked at it, and he was using a maybe an 8-inch. It was an expensive telescope, but his resolution was only slightly better than that dome camera I just bought with the windshield wiper on it. I mean, what the fuck you got a windshield wiper for, right? To clean off the bugs. All right, so these are tracking options. Let's go through some of these. So this is if you're on the fence about the software. I got the software. I used the hell out of it. So you need to know something, just ask. All right, so here we go. Now, I have a lot of these checked. Now, that doesn't mean you should. Because I do a really good job at pretending I know what the hell I do. I do a good job of acting like, oh, I stubbed my toe. Oops, I shot myself. That was on purpose, right? Right? Shot myself in the foot, right? So, but here's what I'm doing. I have almost all these checked, right? So what we have is enable analysis in real time. What does that mean? Here's what that means. As soon as you capture something, it will analyze it now, then, and they will move on to the next one. You probably have time, right? You don't have UFOs lined up coming. If they are, it's probably Starlink. So what happens is something goes through the scene. It triggers the bounding box. UFODAP captures it, records it. Immediately after it records, the AI, which I told you can't figure out a cat or a dog, starts going, what was that? So then it goes through analysis. If you don't do this, then you can do it later, after it's recorded. This does use a little bit of processor, but not enough to be worried about. The next thing I have is enable modification of the folder. What does that mean? What that means is these two things kind of go in conjunction. One, the first one's going to analyze what you just shot. The second thing is it's going to modify the folder based upon the interpretation of the analysis. Now, it may think it's an airplane. So if it thinks it's an airplane, it will rename the folder, whatever the name was, and the naming conventions are the folder name and then the date, time and date, and at the end of it, it'll be airplane, or it could be bird, or helicopter, or unknown. It doesn't say aliens or anything like that. So that's what the second checkbox means. The third one, enable YOLO night and day identifier based on SSD. Oh shit, that's a mouthful. All right, my understanding of this, and again, to be more accurate, refer to the UFODAP documentation on UFODAP.com. There's a place called downloads, and you can just look through all this stuff. You don't have to buy the software to look through the downloads. You can look through it if you want. But anyway, YOLO means you look only once. And I'm trying to remember what the hell that's like. I think that has to do with tracking. Like, could be wrong, but I think that's how it figures out where to move the camera. Like, you look only once, like first instinct, you know, like a gut feeling for a computer, if you will. Like, don't overthink this, because if you do, you fuck it up, because the thing is moving constantly. So move with it, way of time. So so this is why you might not want to check all these. The first three safe to check. Some of the other ones on the bottom might screw it up. Next one. Enable single shot detectable, so SSD, daytime. Okay. So again, SSD, single shot identifier is what that means. YOLO, you look only once. So probably shouldn't be having both of them now. I'm looking at this. Because one of them is day and night, and the one below it said day. So to check both of them is overlap. So I probably don't want to do day and night and then the bottom one day. probably want to do either or. So now I think about it. Yeah, I'm listening to myself. Don't follow my instructions, right? Not even me. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to check that one because that makes more sense. And then hit save so it sticks. Next one. Enable nighttime identify tracker. Now, what does that mean? Obviously, that's got to do something at night. So you probably don't want to have the daytime and the nighttime checked because one analysis could screw up the next one. I think. I don't know. I mean, Ron built this. He knows more than me. You would think. So check boxes mean multiple things can happen at once. Radio boxes means one or the other. So you'd think if one would screw up the other, you'd do a radio box. But I don't know. And okay, this one is easy. Enable. Okay, so I don't have it checked. So here's what. I'll check that. So it says enable analysis if the threshold exceeds, and then it says 50%. Now normally this would have a value in here of 100. Okay, so here's what that means in the Queen's English. If you check that box, then the things below will happen. Now it said enable analysis if it's over a threshold of 50. That means 50%, and then at the end it said 100. What that means is 100 frames. So what that's going to do is it's going to take 100 frames or 3 seconds, and it's going to analyze 3 seconds of footage. And if the confidence level is above 50%, it's done. It'll stop, then it will relabel if those above options are checked on the folder what it thinks it is. Aircraft, helicopter, unknown. So you could say, now I get rid of 100 because that way it runs through the whole video instead of 100 frames. You don't know how many frames your videos are going to be. So when you want to run it through it all, put 0 in there, hit save. Now, if you want the confidence to go higher, you do this. So I leave 0 here. But in here, if I want the confidence level to be almost absolutely sure that it's an airplane, I could hit 90. I can hit save. And now, if it's 90% sure, oh, look, we got something here. See that? I'm going to go revisit that in a minute. So, if it's 90% sure, like I just did, then it's 90% sure with confidence it's an aircraft or an unknown or whatever. So 0 at the end means run through the whole video, and then that 50% is your confidence level. So hopefully this demystifies some of this, because all this is very, very overwhelming to get out of the box and go, oh, it just works like, no, it's not plug and play. It's plug and pray and then adjust. I was frustrated, like with a lot of people when I started with this, but if you look at the Discord of what people can do with this, you can get this dialed in really well. Now we have something to go back and look at. What's this thing over here? Let's go check this out. So we looked at that. What do we got there? So we have 2 tracks here, right? So let me tell you how to work through this. We have the raw footage, so you can click back to that. That's our raw. This is going to be any telephoto that could have came from that. This is always going to be the last capture. So whatever your last capture was, this will be the last one. Then you can go through there, there's nothing. But we have a path. So one of these 2 made a path. So whatever this object wasn't a plane, because look at how it flew. This is why, and I don't even know if Ron, I don't even know if Ron knows about this. The path tracking of this software is one of the most important tools that we have because it's live. It's great. When you see aircraft, you'll see the same, like when I'm watching airplanes leaving or taking off from Sky Harbor Airport, I'll see the same curves. So I see the same path tracks over and over and over. This after a while, this screen, instead of 2, will fill up with these green things going hundreds and hundreds. It goes up to about 100 or 200 here when the screen's halfway full, and then it's completely loaded. Now, why this is important, because you see the same thing over and over and over, and you go, those are just aircraft. But when you see something out of the norm like this, and you go, that's what we're looking for. Now, this is going to turn out either to be a bird, a bug, or a UAP. It's not going to be a grocery bag, ain't going to be a balloon. It's seen this enough. So that's why that path is good. So how you find this now is since we only have 2 recordings, this is going to be the second recording, and it's going to be under this folder. And let's go hunt this down. So let's go find this recording and bring up and find out what we got. We don't, it's like a Forrest Gump's UFO box of chocolates here. You just don't quite know what you're going to get. All right, so how do I do this here? I do window capture. Nope. Okay, just give me a sec. Okay. I'm not sure how to get the folder up, but I'll just bring up the videos. So, which one did I call these? Nuke? Okay. That's what we got. So this was this was what? Oh, I thought it was a bird. It wasn't. Wow. Look at that. I thought that was a bird. Wow, that's funky chicken like a motherfucker. That's kind of funny. So that was UFODAP. Down here is the camera. That's a model number. It's a Dahua 50. See, what I had was a 5432, and they sent me back a 5232. That was the zoom. That's the elevation at 47%. The azimuth was 97.3. It thinks it's a bird with a confidence level of 87%. So, yeah, that's funny. So it does capture. It does work. It tripped the bounding box, and then it captured it, and then it tracked with it. Let's see. Let's do an autopsy of this. It starts out at 4.7% zoom. Doesn't take long to capture. It zooms into 5.4, 5.6. It's still tracking with it. Oh, it almost jumped out of frame. And it's the camera's just going hog wild. Well, get it. It fucked up. Nope, it's still there. It's UFODAP. Don't. Nah, that could have been the gimbal, and it lost the smoking gun. Yeah, it went 4.7 up to 6.2. So the zoom is working. A pan and tilt is working. I didn't know. So this is right here. That's the capture with text. That was the capture with the text. Now we have another capture. Let's see if we got that one too. And how do I get these? Because dumb luck, and I skywatch a lot. And maybe they like me. I don't know. I'm just throwing that in, man. Fuck, it's got to be something. They don't hate me. I don't particularly like these things. But, all right. So here we go again. Here is the one without text. This is the clean one. But, see, it's clean, but I can't get rid of that because that's on by default. Okay. Another thing is, notice that we see this come up from the bottom right here. This is the 5-second pre-cache of before it busted the box. So this shows us the UFO lightning mode that my friend told me about. If he wouldn't have told me about it, I wouldn't have known about it, and I wouldn't have suggested it to Ron, and I wouldn't have had it, and then you wouldn't have had it. So, shit rolls uphill. So since my friend told me about it, that happened in that capture, and you saw it working in real time. Thanks, Chris. Chris Miller. From his ears to something to here. Now, imagine getting that dialed in, right? Imagine this thing's just dialed in, and this aircraft are coming in, it flies over, and the camera does that 180 and spins and flies and tracks it, and it lands. Now, imagine this. 2 of these work. One of these is the master. This is the finder. It finds the object. Then it tells the slave, boop, something hit the bounding box. It's over here. Comes over, finds it, slave hits it. As soon as the slave hits it, UFODAP triangulation kicks in. There's a mode in here that says only record during triangulation. And when that happens, then you get the ground speed, the distance, the size, and the velocity of the object. We don't have nothing like that. There is absolutely nothing in the UFO field that'll tell you the size of a UFO, the speed, and the velocity of it. And all that GPS on Google Maps. But Ron did, if we can get it working. But no, you got to use psionics, man. So Renee, is your arm in a cast? Or what, I never did hear how you broke that. I've never broken my arm, but I've broken both my toes. Ran those right into coffee tables. Oh, and then it doesn't really. I'm just looking at the still frames. So you also get, along with the videos, you get the other stuff I asked for, like pictures every so many seconds, a track pack, and whatnot. So it's really great software. I mean, I don't even know if Ron's ever seen UFOs. I've never seen any of us. Ron Olch, the creator of this. I've never seen any UFOs he's captured, but the way he wrote this, he writes the software like I would have wrote it. That dude's pretty hardcore. No, that wasn't a bird, Eric. Or that wasn't a bird. That was a 737. I thought it was a bird until I looked at, because the flight track looks like a bird without seeing the video, but yeah. Yeah, that was a, no, I'll play it again. That was just some people coming in to land at the airport, and the camera's doing its best. Now, if you think this is something, you should see what. Yeah, it's actually it's nighttime out. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up a different NVR, and I'm going to. Just, oh, okay. He hasn't seen anything. That's that's amazing. That's amazing that for a guy who hasn't seen the amount of stuff that others have, to put that much of his resources, his knowledge, and his effort to write something for those of us who did. That's a hell of a lot of blind faith to say. It's like saying, I'm not. I'm a fence person with Bigfoot. He could be real. I haven't seen him. But for me to go out and write software for people who have seen him, that's a hell of an ask. So yeah, I mean, because of what Ron has done, it's not going to be him that uses his software. It's going to be somebody else that unlocks a piece of history using this software. Yeah, yeah, and it's a bit hard to watch. Christopher O'Brien from the San Luis Valley of fame, he recently passed on. He was the originator of UFODAP, and Ron took it from there. I remember going to UFO Congress, God, at least 10 years ago, and I saw Chris O'Brien there, and he had the UFODAP. I didn't know what it was, but I thought it was interesting, and he had it there, and he was talking about it, and that's before I think Ron Ulch took over the project. And there's a video that I posted on my channel. It was a 4K re-upload. The original video is VHS and it looks terrible, but the 4K one looks pretty good. And I'm on that video for just briefly, and Christopher O'Brien is on that video. And I watched that video, and I didn't realize he was in it until I was watching the final outtakes of that video, because it went through 9 AI engines until I said this is the best version I can put out. And I was watching him, and he wasn't a lot older than I am when I was in that video. I mean, look how young both of us are. And Chris is gone now. And it just makes me just go, shit, my own mortality is right around the corner along with him. It could have been me who went before him. Oh, yeah. Renee, you got a plasma doobie. Wow, that's one hell of a story. Man, you should do a write-up on that. You should do a write-up on that. The hospital might have surveillance video of that. You might be able to get exterior surveillance video of that. You probably would require power of attorney. But if there's anything that could be in conjunction from the hospital surveillance video, so all hospitals have surveillance videos of the heliports and the surrounding areas and the parking lot. So if there's anything with missing time or anything that could, go for it, man. Grab it. Okay, let me get, doesn't look like it, but it's actually nighttime here. My cameras can actually make it look like it's daytime. There's not much light pollution. But I think right now, when I power these things up, the camera's going to shine. Let me figure out which one goes into this card. Oh, wow. Wait. There's a lot of shit going on here. Oh, yeah, before I do this, I got to bring back UFODAP. What the hell's going on here? This has changed slightly. I think what happened is we are looking at the Sunday night evening rush hour. So in Sky Harbor, we have the morning rush hour that takes place from like 5 in the morning till about 8 a.m. And then we have like the 11 to 1, and then we have the people coming back now. So let's see what we got here. This camera's been going crazy. There's some black speck there from the last one. Nothing on the tracking. So we have 7 additional captures from the last 2, and all of these are. Let me just go look through them real quick. All these are probably planes gone wild. Or nope, I think it's I think what happens is might have that nighttime identifier on, and the thing is just went ape shit. It does this at night. Ooh, shit. Shit, you guys are gonna want to see that. Wait. You guys are gonna want to see this. So, anyway, I was just gonna discard all these folders and dump them. Oh, let's see. Let's go see what the hell happened here. All right, so I don't know. I might not delete this one. This one I think I might have to save. Oh, is this it? Let me make sure the folder's right. It was identified as a bird, right? Is that the right one? Yeah. Hold on. Let me make sure. Something. Wow, that was weird. So which one is that? That's folder number 4. All right, let me see. This might be the file. This might not be. What the hell is that thing flying by? All right, so the camera's going. This is actually nighttime. This is not daytime. It's nighttime. What the hell is this thing flying by? See this thing going this way? So this is just gonna. It's at night. It's just gonna start going wild. All right, so there's that one, and then there's. Let's look at the clean version of that because that recorded. That was the one with text. Let's look at the clean version. I don't know. What do you guys think? Was that a bug? Probably. I mean. Oh, let me go look through these other folders real quick and see if this is just a bunch of bugs that we're picking up, or because you never know. I mean, this thing could capture something really good, and then you end up deleting it. But then again, if I let this run all night, I'll wake up with 300 of these folders. Yeah, it's misidentifying these as birds. All right. Well, let's load up the NVR with something else. Okay, so that is. I rewired this a bit, so I got to figure out where everything moved. Yeah, the second angle is what. That's what the multiple domes are for, but I'm suffering from. 210. Got to grab one of these different colored mouses. All right, this makes more sense. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to power in the 4K dome camera. It's a .2110. Okay, so yeah, it's weird. This doesn't even look like nighttime. I think that's Jupiter up above that palm tree. Yeah, the sun's just about down. Probably Venus, I think. Here comes a aircraft from California. Now I don't get these morons that are filming airplanes. There's going to be a red light on the left and a green light on the right. These are the forward-looking landing lights. But people have lost their fucking mind. Oh no, you know what? This isn't a drone now. Now it's an egg. Now it's an egg. Here comes the egg. Right? A fucking egg. I got the whole thing going all... The eggs flying over us now. Let's drop another eggs. Alright, now why the hell didn't this camera come back up yet? Yeah, they're all eggs now. They were Tic Tacs, then they turned into drones. And now they're eggs. I used to do a lot of soldering. They say that shit's not good to breathe in, but you breathe it in. Alright, so there's something wrong with that. Let's power it on. Find out what's wrong with that guy. It does make no sense that you can have a guy who can force a UFO to land, but another guy can't even get more than one frame worth of video. But we're not supposed to ask questions like that. Just supposed to eat that shit up. Did you guys watch that that TMZ special that Jeremy Corbell put out? I got a couple episodes left of that to watch. Okay, 4K dome camera came back up. That was a really interesting special. Me and my wife talked a lot about that one. It was fun to watch. It was raw. It was real raw just to watch Jeremy operate. One thing I can tell is Jeremy doesn't know what the hell he's doing with videos. He's not a video analyst. He's no expert when it comes to looking at what he has. And I don't think he trusts anybody to look through it. This is how he makes pretty big mistakes. Like when that 29 Palms video came out, and they were saying that this was a V-shaped craft. I looked at that. I remember when that came out. I looked at that and I said, well, what they have is a flare drop. And the one on the right dropped so fast that the column of smoke went up, was illuminated by the flare, and it made an optical illusion of a V. I could tell that because I've spent enough time in military operating areas watching that. And you guys did not vet this video. If you ran this by some people, even people who drop flares in the military, they don't know what they are until they get experience with them, because you never seen nothing like this before, right? I mean, you just don't know everything when you come out of boot camp. So, yeah, he screwed that one up. Everybody makes mistakes. So when they say they vet a person, that doesn't mean there's no way they're wrong. People make mistakes. We're all humans. So anyway, so Jeremy doesn't know what he's doing with some of these videos. He doesn't have them analyzed. He doesn't look at them. He doesn't stabilize. All he does is try and like make a big. He's kind of like the government. He has a collection of videos. He stores them until he needs them for something. And then when he releases them, they don't get released in a scientific manner. As far as I know. For instance, the jellyfish video. I want to do some analysis of that, but I refuse to because of the manner of the videos that I've seen. When he releases a video, he doesn't say, here is a copy from copy paste. He takes his phone and he videotapes the screen at an angle. And then we get Instagram, Twitter, and his social media shit stamped over. And I ain't analyzing that. That's a waste of time. I'm not analyzing a phone that filmed a fucking screen. Get your shit together and release the fucking video like a man and put a copy out there. Or shut up. I don't know why your phone's cracked. But yeah, what scientist is going to spend their spare time analyzing a screen, a phone filming a screen at an angle? What kind of moron puts that shit out like that and expects the UFO to jump up and down with joy? You can't study that shit. So when he put that out, I didn't bother. I was like, well, maybe if a copy comes, and he does that with almost all of his videos. So they send him these videos. I don't know how the FBI has his phone tapped on speed dial, so how they do not know every single person the military sends him his videos beyond me. They have to know this. The number one guy stuff gets sent to. But yeah, he doesn't know what to do with some of these videos. He just doesn't. He's not, and he's not a video expert. But that show that he put out on Hulu, a lot of people in ufology straight up hate the guy. There's so much hate on this guy. It's palpable to the point you can cut the air with a knife. You can cut a butter knife. The Jeremy Corbell hate. Not me. Wow, UFO went crazy. UFODAP's going crazy over here. No, think about it. Before Jeremy Corbell, my wife brings up a real good point. What got done before he came along? Think about it. Ufology, for a very, very long time, was stuck in the mud with no progress. So, like, the 2000s through 2010s, that was when I was retired. I didn't see anything. You know, I sometimes looked, see if anything was going on when I was retired back then. Nothing major. And from 2010 to 2020, we had the New York Times stuff drop. Go Fast, Gimbal, Nimitz video come out. The 2013 Aquadia video leaks. So there were slow drips. But since the point where Jeremy got in as a mentor under George Knapp, a lot more stuff has happened. Now, like, was it the Omaha video where the object goes USO into the water? That was a pretty interesting video. I don't know what that could be. But he doesn't have a clear track record. Nobody does. Nobody in this field is clean. Everybody has made mistakes. The best people we have are the ones who say, I've made a mistake. I've learned from it. Thanks for pointing that out. Let's move forward. Lou Elizondo did that when he was corrected on a misidentified photograph he showed. That's the way he handles stuff. You know, being a Mick West and saying, I've never made a mistake is absolutely wrong. So back to Jeremy is, since he has got in the field, he's obnoxious, but he gets fucking work done. That's the point I want to see, is the guy delivers results. At the end of the day, look how many videos he was responsible for putting out. A lot more than the bitchers. I mean, the people who, or their name is Joe effing Blow on socialmedia.com, that do nothing but rip him into shreds, have done absolutely nothing comparable to a single release that Jeremy put out. So you got to give people their dues. You know, if you're going to knock people for, you know, call them out, then at least call them out on the good stuff they do too. I mean, give them kudos for the good things. Just don't knock people for negativity reasons. So Jerry has done some good stuff. So that's sad. Is ufology better? Are we better off as a group, as a collective, as a community, because of the efforts that Jeremy Corbell put out with George Knapp? I believe we are. I believe, and that comes from my wife. I wouldn't have came up with this idea. She put that idea up here in this little brain. So we are better off, I think, because of the jellyfish video, because of the Omaha video, because of the new gimbal video from 2008 in Iraq, because of the radar tracking video he had of these harassments of our battleships. All of these have moved the ball forward some. We're not smoking gun, but who's done better? I mean, he's taken a lot of flack. He's helpful. So as a collective, we're better that Jeremy has entered the field than if he just said, fuck it, I'm just going to watch college football, right? We wouldn't have the jellyfish video. Probably. I mean, they could have been maybe sent to someone else, and somebody else would have released it. But I do think we're better off with his contributions. Now, do I know him? Never met him. I've seen him a couple times at UFO cons and stuff. I've met George. And, oh, wow, this UFO's just nuts. But, yeah, I mean, George and Jeremy are two different people. George is old school, classic OG. He's been doing this longer than anybody. And, yeah, very seldom hear anybody talk shit about George. I've never seen anybody do that in person. People talk shit online, but you know how we're all tough when we're in cars anonymously. Then the second we're out of that car, like, hey, look how nice we are. Well, it's almost completely nighttime here. So this is now this dome is in my prime position, I guess I would say. It's on one end of the roof where the other stuff's, the thermal's over there and whatnot. And this has a view of the, a pretty much unobstructed view of everything coming in for a landing on the east side of Sky Harbor Airport. And this thing has captured a few dozen UFOs over the years. You know, maybe I just need to lighten up and try fucking I'm sorry, remote viewing. Try that remote viewing channel. And I've tried it all, but it didn't work. But I didn't try it over and over and over. Well, I gave it a shot. I mean, how many times do you try something before you say it doesn't work and then you call it? There's some nighttime skywatch. Okay, there's Orion's belt. I saw the Orion's belt the other night. It looked like a hammer. This is that camera with a fucking autofocus. It's got this damn autofocus, but still manages to limp UFOs into the archive. Okay. Ass camera. There goes another egg. Oh, there's 2 eggs. Okay, so that 4K one's up. That's about what it looks like. There's a person who did some analysis of that, and that object actually rotates. I think on the X position, and the it does kind of look like an alien gray with power armor, for lack of a better term. Yeah, I would love to. You know, this camera right here, this all sky. That guy named, who calls himself Science Bob Weirmeyer or whatever. The guy used to grift Sky Hub. He used to sell these. You're never gonna get a UFO on this, man. This is like a GoPro. You know, nobody films UFOs on GoPros. Now, I only have this to map UFOs where they were after the fact. It's a catch-all camera. But I get my main stuff off of the dome cameras. I'm just like these other wide cameras are more for these are the north, south, east, and west cameras are to get the boomerang. If that boomerang flies over and it's a huge object, I can get it in those. I'm not going to get the gimbal in any of those 120 field of view cameras. It's just they're too far away. The field of view, the object would have to be large and extremely close. They're there just to make sure that big mile-long craft flies over again. It's going to get that. But I'm not depending on those for most UFOs. Oh, I got a cat. I swear I got kicked over on. I had muscle memory of every single one of these cameras, and I switched it the other day. Now I have to make new muscle memory. And these, all these mices in the beginning, every single one in this intro video when I play it has a different camera, a different NVR, a different laptop, a different Alienware. So that's, I just don't go buy mices for the point of mice. All right, so this was previously set on my day mode, so I need to take that off since it's nighttime and bring this back up to 50%. Put that down to 50. And to tell you the truth, I didn't like this camera when I first got it. I didn't like the black levels, to tell you the truth. There was some grain and some other shit in here. And I kind of like that. I mean, I do like that. I don't have the autofocus issue anymore. So I was shown earlier how to set up a manual focus to infinity. And when you do this, then you don't have focus issues. Because I've lost a lot of UFOs because of this. Because of the autofocus from the 4K. And I was trying to pan with the UFO, and it would go in and out of focus, and then I would lose it. This is kind of strange how this works. It looks like it kicked into a digital zoom, and then it kicked back from possibly undigital. I don't know. This is a pretty damn good zoom for this camera. I finally filmed a couple of UFOs with it, so I'm looking forward to filming some really good stuff in the daytime with it. There goes another egg. These eggs are all over the place now. I didn't see any of them until last night, and then look, there's 3 eggs, man. They're moving in on us. There's 3 of them. Everybody get under the fucking bed. Shit. God damn, I didn't know you can get planets as big on a security camera. Shit's the size of the sun. What else do we got up here? This is, let me show you what the hell the UFODAP's doing. I thought I turned this off. This is going to record hundreds of folders. I can tell it's got the pan and tilt working all right. So yeah, this you can, without having any of this stuff correctly dialed in, you will wake up with hundreds of these clips waiting for you to study and delete. So so at this point I got 3 domes running. I got a 50 kilobyte upload stream that's running good. And I got, my wife's watching some vampire movie in the other room. So the bandwidth is stretching out pretty good right now. So, okay, so what, let me think. What is going to be the fix for this? Okay, so this has got to be, this has to be reset. So, let's see, what you're going to want to do with this is shut it off. Hit stop. Once stop hits, it's going to take just a little bit for this engine to clear. This HD camera does see a lot of stars. I mean, you can't see more than 16 stars in Phoenix because of the light pollution. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on I have it turned off and it's still running. I think. All right, so I'm going to re-enable this. I don't know if this is going to work right. Nope, it's not. Look at this. It automatically went to hell. This is the classic problem that people have with UFODAP at night. Is this happens. If you have a camera that does not do pan and tilt, then you won't have it moving around. But if you have a pan and tilt camera, it's going to do this. So what are possible fixes here? So we're going to hit stop on that. I'm going to put the camera. And what I'm going to do is turn off PTZ and restart it. So the idea is don't let the camera move at all. Just turn that completely off. So I disabled PTZ. So what will happen is it should sit there and wait for something to penetrate that box. And then see if you can get it to move. You know, get all your stuff dialed in. I've never really got this to work at night, ever. I've never got this to work with PTZ. Now, I did get this to work with PTZ turned off on the thermal cameras. So if I have something that can't move at all and it's fixed, UFODAP does a pretty good job tracking it. But when you turn it on at night mode, this happens all the time with the cameras that I've used. If you go to the UFODAP Discord, you will see people who have this perfectly dialed in at night. They see a plane, it zooms in, and keeps tracking the whole time. Gets a nice track with the plane. I don't know what they're using. So I'm guessing maybe they're using, not this camera, they're using the software, but there's some magic spot. I think it works with some cameras good and then some cameras it just doesn't. I don't know. I don't have the answer for that at all. And now it just crashed. which is probably better because I don't want to look through 400 folders tomorrow anyway. What is that Bob? Do you guys know what that Bob tracker is? I would like to. I think that guy's out of France. I'd like to bring him on the podcast and talk to him. See what type of gear he's using. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, PTZ is most likely going to ruin your footage until you have that dialed in. But yeah, getting Bob on here. Most of us are using anymore SDR. This a digital Geiger counter or an analog one. That 1.69. I don't think anything's coming of that. That could be a wild goose. I mean, that could be a wild goose chase. I've not seen anything. The whole thing with 1.6 gig comes straight from Travis Taylor. I don't know any other source that talks about that. And the whole thing with 2027, that comes from Jamie Rodriguez. So people should start getting on his case. What's the deal? Where did you make this up? Who is your source? I mean, don't blow smoke up people's ass saying there's a UFO coming here at 20 miles an hour. It's going to get here in 3 years. Man, I haven't used Linux in a long time. These thermal cameras got a pretty damn good resolution for an HD color. Eric, can you tell me what this Bob thing is? Or is there a download for that? Man, the 4K upscale has done a better job at bringing these stars out at night than that other StreamYard stream did. I took the run once about using the Cosmic Watch with UFODAP. But he didn't have a Cosmic Watch, so he doesn't have example to know what to do. I think his stuff is written in Python, so he could probably incorporate it. But then again, this is like where I'm at. How much stuff do we actually need? Do we actually need the UFO, like the Cosmic Watch inside of UFODAP? It gets to the point where I'm at. We're just plugging so much shit in that we're overloading. We're overloading what should be simple. Just because you can do something doesn't always mean you should do it. I mean, it's nice to have all the sensors, but what kind of computational power does that take before it's just like I have? I mean, I got a 16-port switch, so you think, well, go get 15 cameras. You can't get more than 4 or 5 of those things put in there until it randomly overloads. And right now, I seem to have almost everything up and running, and my stream is locked at 51,000 kilobyte up. Got these cameras on, there's no lag. Yet, if I try this at another point, for some reason it'll involve lag drops and no clear reason why. Now, this nighttime footage here from Color Camera 2, this video camera, this would be good to use for UFODAP if you want to track stuff. You know, you could just end up with a lot of satellites. Eventually, you're going to get a lot of Starlinks. But if you give it enough time, you're going to get something, you know, that's a UFO, either ascending, descending from space, something changing directions. But, you know, where the UFO field is at now, even, you know, an egg dropped off by a helicopter isn't good enough. The bar has went a little bit higher. So, you know, we're going to need, like, for instance, there's a flashing, probably plane at 30,000 feet. I could probably find on flight radar, kind of hobbling across the screen. UFODAP should be able to pick that up. There's another one going by. Have you guys ever gotten, do you guys use Hacker with your software? This is, if you're going to look for 1.6 gig, this is where you're going to do it. It's not going to be expensive. It's not going to be cheap. This costs as much as an Xbox. There's nothing in it but one power control board. But does anybody ever get that hooked up to, I don't know if Eric, if you use the mission control software. I've been trying to get that hooked up to mission control. Now, Ron sells a little SDR that's for FM. I have that hooked up. That's plug and play. He does say that the Hacker RF1 is plug and play. I've tried it. I tried it, in fact, yesterday again, and could not get it to kick in at all. But I do remember I had it working once. I don't remember what, but that was a year ago, so I don't remember how the hell I hooked it up. I really don't. I notice you can't see stars at all in thermal. Thermal cannot see up that high at all. Yeah, I used to skywatch with one camera when I got here. And about 30 feet of sky was all. I had um, just a small area of a condo that we rented in a townhouse. And we had a strip. It was almost one of those houses where you can run off the roof and jump onto the roof of the next house. Not quite that close, but close. And that's all I needed. I didn't need, like now I got the whole backyard, but that's almost too much. if you have just a certain area where you live, that's all you're going to focus on. So if you're like, well, I have this area from here and there, that's all you got, that's all you need. You don't need more than that. You don't need to go to a special location. You don't need to go to Area 51. You don't need to go here, or you don't need to go to a hotspot. You just need to concentrate on a certain area of sky that's above you. And that area that you're going to focus on, that you have is all you have, and you're going to be laser focused on that. And that's how I picked up so many of them. I also had 20/20 vision back then, so I could see really good. And most of my sky watching was between 10:30 and 1:30 in the afternoon, 10:30 a.m. to 1:30 in the afternoon, when it was hot as fuck. And I would just go outside and just look for a couple of hours. If it was a bit too hot, then I'd take the camera, I'd do a blind sky watch, put the camera on a tripod, and just point it up at the clouds and sit inside on a 60-inch TV, run some RCA cables in, and just wait for something to go through. And just start out that way. And then but that was also when I sucked. I didn't know at all what I was doing. And I was learning. That's when you film UFOs and you think you think everything's a UFO. You film a bunch of balloons and you don't know any better. And after a while, you should get better. You should get better. But damn, now every time I look at that TV, all I see is the LEDs, the black lights that fell off the back. It's time to get a 6K TV. I don't make one. They don't make those yet. Yep. And you could take your television apart and put LEDs in, but it's not worth it. Not if these things are only $100 or two. Just scrap them. Now, I have a friend who, he lives a couple of miles away, and he's been sending me some videos of things he's seen. And they're pretty close to where I'm at. And let's see, the last one he got was at 8:45. And with all these cameras, I should have gotten it, but I didn't. I was like amazed that I didn't get some of the things he's been picking up. These are like just the last 10 days. Nighttime sightings. Hey T-Fox, what'd that video look like of that? I mean, a V's a V. Was it a sharp V? There's like most of the people describe the Phoenix boomerang as a sharp V, but I got a description where it was rounder. Kind of a round boomerang, like the type you throw. Yeah, I still have my my camera from '99, and what's crazy is I had it sitting in my camera room where the droids are in this other room, and I decided to look at it after I got these 4K ones. And I needed that zoom lens off of I needed that 5-power zoom lens, because that 5-power zoom lens is what I filmed that green, the electric green thing with it. So I go and I gotta go dig that camera out. That camera had been sitting for 13 years. And I hit the button on it to power it up, and the thing powers right up. And I'm like, I was like that guy. Remember that movie, The Thing? When that head fell off, and then the spider legs come out, and Windows goes, "You gotta be fucking kidding." That's what I thought. This thing has been sitting here for 13 years, not used, and I hit the power button, and it stored a charge for 13 years on this little battery. I got batteries on the P1000 that won't hold the charge for 2 weeks. I got a Sony 3D camera, and those little batteries will hold the charge for about 14 months, and then they're done, and you got to get new batteries because they'll only hold the charge for a day, and then they're done. But here I got a camera that was made in 1999, holds the charge for 13 years, still works, still holds the charge, but will hold the charge God knows how long, maybe 100 years. That's some crazy shit. Whatever that battery's made of, they should start remaking those batteries and bringing them back. These lithium-ion batteries that don't last very long are just horrible. I'll have to give that Bob thing a try. Yeah, Chris Leto, he was always trying to get me to use what was that Skyhub or something like that, and I'm like, you know, if I'm gonna go one way or the other, I'm not gonna use with all the stuff I got. I'm not gonna use Skyhub for this, UFODAP for that, Bob over here for that. It's too much stuff. I think you should have a software cohesion in whatever you're gonna use. Otherwise, you're going to end up with me. There's too many cameras, not enough data. Sin, if you haven't heard about the 2027 stuff, yeah, that was started about a year or two ago, and what's interesting is we can pin all that back on Jamie Rodriguez. He's a GS-15 retired CIA officer that, for some reason, doesn't censor himself like Lou Elizondo does. Not that bad, but he also isn't like Rick Doty where he just spills stuff. But he said something to effect around 2027, something's supposed to happen. That was one of the UFO excuse fuel rods that was used for why is disclosure happening, because there's this timeline that the aliens have. They're saying there's this timeline, paraphrasing here, that the aliens have. It's 2027, and things have to get done before then. So the government has said, okay, we have to start telling the people about UFOs and get them up to speed within a couple of years. So this sort of made sense why the government was saying, okay, UFOs are real, and doing some limited fallout or limited hangout. And then what happened was, I don't remember who it was, but it wasn't just Jaime. It was other people. So there were other people repeating the 2027. Now, I think what could be pretty interesting here, who did that? Who is out there repeating 2027? Because I think that's can be just about pinned back on Jaime Rodriguez, that he made this up. And now Jeremy Corbell came out on the TMV special and said that's complete bullshit. But you can't prove a negative. So he can't come out and say, I know there's nothing on the other side of Jupiter. Nobody knows that. But it's you know, so it's one guy calling out another guy. But then who else repeated what Jaime did? We're probably, there's God knows it how many fucking podcasts that people have to go rewind and find out all these people that said this stuff. Now the UFO that's so big you can't move it. This originally came out with the late Bob Dean. Bob used to talk about this all the time. I don't remember where. I don't think he ever said where, but he was one of the people. So, did Bob again with Rodriguez? Was this something say Bob made up, and then other people piggybacked on, and they made up, and then they started repeating it, and then pretty soon this becomes like UFO folklore, and nobody even knows where the hell it started. Stuff like this happens, and before like the internet. You just had VHS. Nobody could pinpoint back where those things started. So now with the internet, you can probably use AI to go back and find out who exactly started this disinformation campaign. Taking a quick break to get off this fucking coffee. God, I got to stop coffee. So Eric's saying, I want to record it all night and process the videos the next day so I can set up 2 DSLRs off the grid. Well, wouldn't DSLRs you have to worry about weatherproofing that stuff? I think so. I can't believe it, but the HD cameras on the thermal have superseded the graphics. What's the word I'm looking for here? They've superseded this up cameras in 4K, and the ones in HD can see a lot better than this. So before let's check what these cameras have. Maybe it's maybe I got the settings jacked. What the hell? Ah, shit, I hit sequence. Okay, I think I turned it off. Yeah, this is set right. That's weird. I used to see a lot of stars in this, and now I see more in this camera up here. This camera up here is in HD, and it can see more stars than a 4K camera. I don't understand that. Okay, that's cool. So Bob is... who wrote Bob? That's weird. So we have UFODAP, we have Skyhub, and then Bob. Skyhub, I thought you had to have a subscription fee to even use that. That was one thing. I'm not paying some dude for eternity or for perpetuity to use software. So that any subscription fees is dead on arrival as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, everybody wants one of these RVs. Now, RVs are cool until you got to move them. And then you're going to find out the alternator went out, the battery's dead, the sewer system doesn't work. I kind of got into almost into with this RV thing, and then kind of said, you know what? I think I'm too old for that. If this would have came around 10 years ago, I would have jumped on it. But I have too much shit. I'm gonna start. I got guitars I don't play. I gotta sell. I got pedals I don't play. I'm getting to the point where I'm minimizing stuff and not collecting more. Tim Senior he's a UFO Skywatcher guy. He had a RV, but he took it out to Utah a couple of times. Man, that thing was expensive. I heard like every time they took that out, it was like $2,000 in gas. You know, I mean, it's a guy 6 miles a gallon or something. Just money pits. And Arizona's like Arizona, Florida, all these places that have like millions of these RVs. So if you want an RV, don't buy one. You can get these cheap, because somebody out there doesn't want one anymore. Like somebody bought an RV thinking that this was the shit, and you know, here there's like 5 million people here, so there's like 1 million RVs in this town, easy. So you can go out and get one if you just take it off some dude's property. So you gotta get it back to you. Now it may not be a useful RV where you're gonna go Griswold vacation with it, but it's something you could set up, put in your house, put your gear in it, you know, maybe drive it a little ways. And then they have that one, I saw that one, the Nightcrawler, the Tedesco brothers have this. Talked to John Tedesco on the phone with a call with Dave Altman not long ago. He was filming actually an orb in the rain while I was on the call with him. It was hard to figure out what we were looking at, but it looked like he had filmed a ball of light. I think it was in focus because I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing. I think he was also shooting radar return off of it. These are the guys that have a RV off of Long Island, and when they get stuff, they turn it over to the FBI. I did hear that they have some footage that they captured 4 years ago of 50 drones coming out of the water. Well, that's what they're calling them, drones. I don't know what they were. But they have some footage of the drone phenomenon before it kind of blew up in New Jersey, of these things coming out of the ocean. So that's one thing they have available for study. So it's cool. See, we got people in this chat. We got people like him. We got people like Terry Hall, who was in here earlier. I don't know if Terry's retired. I got my UFO lab. We got the one in New Jersey or Long Island. We got a bunch of people just doing all doing kind of the same thing. We're all setting up our mobile UFO skywatching centers, exchanging information of what best practices are, what works, stuff to stick away from, gear that doesn't work. I've gotten some hits with the Cosmic Watch. That could be a UFO detector. That could be something, another piece of gear that you might want to go down. I wouldn't recommend getting that unless you have all the other gear first. Like if you got, if you have a to-do list, you get the Cosmic Gloss way last. Don't get that first. That's when you got nothing else to do. But yeah, definitely, it's definitely, these things are definitely money pits. But yeah, you can get a camper if you're young and into that. Campers aren't for rich people anymore. It's for anybody who can afford the gas. It'd be nice, you know, it'd be nice to get is an electric van. So that way you could just drive around and not have to pay a fortune. I get a couple of moons of Jupiter again. I mean, there's a channel of a guy who got just slightly better footage than this, but he's using one hell of a big telescope, and I'm just using a surveillance dome with like a 1-inch, just a 1-inch lens on this thing, and this thing is really picks up pretty good. Yeah, there comes a point in your life where you just have too much shit. George Carlin used to talk about where do we put all of our stuff. Yeah, this, they say aliens walk among us. Well, Carlin was one of them. George Carlin was too smart to be a human. Oh, and, yeah, there's, if you want to see aliens in human form, look no further than Hollywood Boulevard. If you go down to Hollywood Boulevard right now, you will find a couple of people standing in front of the Man's Chinese Theater. They're not human. There's no way. I mean, I remember when I lived... Whoa, there goes the plane. I remember when I lived in L.A., my roommate had a date. And we had a studio because that's how L.A. is. No one can ever afford their own place. And he says, hey, I got a date. So you need to, get out of here for 4 hours and go find something to do. So we were living in Pasadena. And I think it's still there. I don't think it burned down yet. And I said, okay, what I'll do is I'm going to drive down to Hollywood Boulevard, and I'm going to stand there on the street or on Hollywood Boulevard. I'm going to stare at all the cars that drive by, the tourists, and I'm going to look as weird as possible. And then they're going to point the finger at me and say, I'm the alien. Because somebody always down there, it's their turn to be the alien. And you're like, well, that can't be human. So yeah, they're down there. They blend right in. Yeah, I wonder what this camera would do at some of these locations outside of a huge, heavy population like this. I mean, this camera does a pretty good job with the stars, and we're sitting here in a city of millions of people. So if you took this out in like Oklahoma or Texas or Wyoming, one thing I never I just thinking. One thing I realized, I've never seen George Knapp get mad at somebody over credit. That's one thing he don't do. He don't do credit. He doesn't do UFO credit checks. Like, I think George is just happy that information gets out, and he's still above ground to see it come out. Like most of us, I don't think he gives two shits if somebody came up and said, you know, I'm the original guy who broke the Bob Lazar story, he'd probably laugh. He doesn't give a shit. You know, he's not like that. George is just like you see on TV. He has no ego, none. I kind of wish I asked him a bunch of stuff now. I didn't really ask him a lot. Clive Christopher asked him a lot. I didn't really ask him. I didn't want to I don't sit there and go, and George, and then Bob said what? And then Bob said, George, what did he, I didn't want to do that. But, yeah, he was pretty cool. He was pretty cool. But one person who does have an ego is a certain person who lives in town that studies the Phoenix Lights. Now, this person, if you got in the same room with them, you would feel it. You would feel them looking at you. You know that feeling when somebody's looking at you behind? Yeah, one of those. And this person doesn't have any reason to have an ego. But they have it. I'm not sure. Not sure. I kind of remember the name Grant Cameron, but I don't remember who the hell he is. I was actually thinking about a place like Area 51 to go put a remote system up over there. But you would be looking at something 26 miles away, so I don't know if it'd be worth it. You would need you would need a whole bunch of cameras that have the P1000 type of zoom capability. They would have to be winterized because it gets below zero and it snows up there. I mean, they got a really good location. It's just hard to watch. Probably, who knows what even goes on there. I don't know if that's that area where that egg, where they call in the egg, the range. I don't even know where that is. Yeah, that's what I've kind of thought too. The range was Area 51. I mean, what else? Where else would it be, right? Or I heard White Sands. I think most of the UFOs that they recover, they end up at White Sands, or they end up at Wright-Patterson. It depends. I think they have one storage for broken, and then they have another one for semi-operational vehicles that are somewhat intact. As you would think the broken ones, whatever greeblies are laying around, they go, what does this do? Study this. You know, I mean, I heard there's 5 groups that go in. There's a perimeter group that goes in and secures the perimeter. That's one outside ring. They typically pick the object up and they ship it out on a flatbed if it's small enough to be moved. If it's too big, where it requires telephone poles to be removed, then they bring in a chin hook. Then the inner perimeter goes in. That's another circle. The inner group goes in, and I don't know if this is true, because it could be a bunch of shit. But they go in, and this group is to power down the craft. Somehow this group knows how to shut off the engines and get inside. They get inside, and then they take greeblies, anything that's laying around, that could be a weapon, could be a medical device, could be anything. They pick it up, they take it. So that's third. The fourth group that comes in are people in NBC suits, nuclear, chemical, and biological bunny suits, and they come in because of possible contamination reasons. And then the fifth is the people who pick it up, put it on the flatbed, move it out. So there's usually a ring about 5 of these different types of layers of security that go in. And it's compartmentalized. So the first group that comes in to secure the perimeter is so far away, they don't even know what the hell they're securing, right? I mean, if you're a mile away from something the size of an F-150 and you're looking at through binoculars, you're not going to make out much, right? So the outer layer doesn't know what's in there. The people in the NBC suits know. The people who go in and shut the thing down and take all the devices would definitely know what's going in there. The people who lift it up and take it would know. So the outer group is going to retire, and they're going to collect military pensions. The inner groups, the ones that could be eliminated in a helicopter crash because they just seen too much, they know too much. These are the, like, you always hear about this. Oh, this group went and they killed bin Laden and then they all died in a helicopter crash. Well, what, really? Everybody involved in that did? You hear about stuff like that. So who the hell knows? But we do know that this is definitely real because when we had President Biden, 3 somethings were shot down. They had the balloon, the Chinese balloon. Then we had the object in Alaska and the one over Lake Huron. So there is a recovery team, and they showed the people who pulled. They showed a picture of people pulling something, that balloon, out of the water, out of the Atlantic Ocean. So there is a team that does this. Now, why would you have that team and then a separate team that does UFOs only? Because UFOs only wouldn't happen so often that you have a UFO only team. It would be one team that just kind of does it all. So you have the recovery operations. But then how many of these would you have, right? I mean, do you just have one unit for the whole U.S.? Or do you have one that can deploy anywhere around the planet? You just can't have too many of them. It's too many mouths, too many loose ends. But there is a group like this. And we saw the other night they're coming out. And they're coming out because they got money to be made. Right? Startups and stuff. It's weird. I don't buy absolutely none of that stuff of a psionic guy who can get a UFO craft to land, but then he gets 2 of them dogfighting. It makes 2 things could not be the same. So one of those is wrong. I mean, I could buy one or the other. They bit off too much last night. They should have just showed as much as they could of the recovery, left all that psionic stuff out. That's what I would have did. Hey, I mean, that's too much of an ask. You have to do disclosure in small bite-sized pieces. You can't just put the whole thing out there. And they did that. So News Nation, I don't know. I'm glad it came out, but we'll see. I hope there's a lot more to this, because if this is all there was, this is pretty damn disappointing, man. Mark W., the nuclear weapons are assembled outside of Area 51. one of the one of the areas outside of Area 51 is apparently where nuclear weapons are assembled and some disassembled. Um, so I always wondered, where did they do that? I guess this is one of the places, because I don't know. I don't think I think they have the system down where it doesn't accidentally blow up. You know. You know, let's see if Rick Doty, he might probably say, you know, I've seen people screw with him before. Rick Doty's a nice guy. I do say that. He's not he doesn't come off mean spirited. Comes off as a pretty friendly, like uncle or something, but um, crazy uncle maybe. But I have seen people like he's very agreeable with people. Like I've seen him, you know, where he's on a thing, and then somebody will be talking, and they'll say, "Yeah, Rick," and I do this, and he'll be like, "Uh huh," and yeah, Rick, and I did, and I saw this, and I saw it, and uh huh, and yes, Rick, I made all that up. I lied. Oh, I'm like, well, he kind of leads into stuff a little bit. I don't know. I don't trust the guy. I know he doesn't know anything he's talking about with March 13th. Nothing. Nada. He's just blowing UFO sunshine straight out his butt. What's weird about thermal? It looks like this in the daytime and at night. You can't tell. You cannot tell day and night. It's exactly the same. All right, what do we got there? Looks like an airplane coming in. Yeah, it's something. That's probably a Southwest jet. I always wonder, what view do I set these things up, these thermals, because like this particular view, since I have three of them in an array, this covers about 120-degree um, kind of panoramic view. So if there was a mile-long craft, right, it would go from like this tree all the way over to this tree, even though it's all where this plane is. That's the way people described the Phoenix Lights to me. It was, this plane could land on top of it. So if and when it comes, I want to kind of keep it around something like this, so it's not pointing straight up, so I have no reference of where it could be, because it has flown over before, not just in '97. I'd like to look around randomly for something that's hovering, that's completely invisible to the regular RGB spectrum. I see that in other people's videos, and I'm just waiting for it to happen here. Yeah, Martin's really cool. Martin, I'm glad he's still around. Martin has some. He's got some heart issues, man. I saw him chatting about it once with Mark D'Antonio on a podcast. They both have, actually, both of them have congestive heart failure or something like that. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. But Martin Willis is one of the best interview people I've seen. He has a guest on his show, and he's a very, very good listener. He tends to just bring the guy on and let him, or girl, or they or them, whatever you want to call them, and lets them get their time to get their story out and talk. And then he waits, and when he does ask a question, most of the time it's like what I'm thinking. It's what the audience is thinking. So he doesn't talk over anybody, and he does a really good job of getting good tales and stories out there. And he travels too. I mean, anybody who sends him a super chat goes into his world travels of him traveling around Earth, interviewing people on the spot. So when you send him a buck, you see where that buck goes. So that's pretty cool. He doesn't sit there and he's not driving Corvettes and stuff on other people's dime. So I got to respect that. Yeah, I've never met Richard Dolan. He's pretty cool. Everybody likes him. Richard's one of the guys who actually has respect, respect is pretty damn hard to get in ufology. It's easy to lose. It takes one screw up to lose your respect. Yeah, my neighbor over here, he likes to shine a camera right at my camera, right? Now, if let me think. If channeling worked, or what do they call that? Psionics. If this worked, here's what I'd like to see. Somebody, you give them the mouse to control the camera, and you put it over the camera controls, and then you sensory deprivation the person, and you blindfold him like they had the guy in the show last night, the guy who was trying to control the UFO, and then cover his ears so he can't hear anybody, and then tell them, now I want you to take the control of this camera, and I want you to move it blind and point it to where this UFO is parked. And see if they can do it. Because I think that's what they were attempting to do in that test, where a guy couldn't see anything, but he could, by blind controls, find out, he can control a UFO or something. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if he can control it with this. Because I do that in the daytime when I'm sky watching. I just kind of use the gut and just zoom around. I think maybe could be here, and just zoom in and see. Wait for dumb luck. Yeah, yeah, that's what he's doing. Yeah, if he's still here next year, he got arrested a couple of months back. I don't know what happened, but the cops came over and took him out at gunpoint. He had he had kidnapping charges. He had apparently I saw the gun they took out of his house. He had an AR-15, but apparently he had a gun, but he wasn't supposed to own any guns because I don't, when you get a felony charge, you can't own weapons anymore. And apparently that's what he had. And then I think meth, because marijuana is legal in Arizona. So if you're getting charged with drugs, it's not marijuana, it's cocaine or meth, and probably meth. So yeah. Of course I got that on camera. I was wondering what the hell the cops were doing over here. What are the cops doing over here? Well, all the neighbors are outside. Hey, why? Because we have nobody here. The cops drive by, but they never stop here. I've never had a package stolen here. We don't really have any crime around here. This town and Gilbert get named as some of the best places you could ever move to because of jobs and housing and stuff. We don't have criminals and stuff until that got moved in. But how the hell do you buy a house in cash anyway? A millennial buying a house in cash, right? Who the hell is 35 years old that buys houses in cash? I think he thinks I called the cops. But I think that was the cocaine talking. I don't get into people's business. No. I don't call the cops. There's no reason to. He does beat the shit out of his wife, though. That I don't think's cool, but you do not get involved with domestic problems with other people because that's how you get killed. Yeah, I hear. Would you stop hitting me? Stop it. What kind of man hits a woman? Where'd you move to? You went. See, most people go from Frozen to Gilbert, not Gilbert to Frozen. Oh, it's easy. That's an easy one. If I would take this laptop and I would go to Waikiki and I would work until 5 o'clock and then I would surf until the sharks got me and then I'd go to work until 5 o'clock and sure. So I'd pretty much just work from Waikiki in the summer, come back here in the winter. If I could, I would probably move to Lanikai, which is a very small town over in Hawaii, Oahu, but I can't afford it because, it's like $10 million to be poor there. So the poor people have 10 million. So you got to get 10 million just to get in. So until then, we have these cameras. Yes, Mark, you are fucking crazy. If you move, nah, I was kidding. You do whatever you want, man. Good for you, man. Hey, I'm from South Dakota. And as soon as I turned 18, I got the fuck out of there, right? And I'm not talking, I mean, I got out of there. I was like counting down my birthday. I was telling all the girls I was dating, and there were a lot of them. Look, man, you don't want to hook up with me. See, I'm going to LA and I'm going to be famous and I'm going to break into Hollywood, because I didn't. And yeah. So then went to LA and got eaten up and spitting out by the LA machine. And then got homeless, slept in my car. Let's see. Then I went back to South Dakota. Lied to him and told him I made it, and then went back to California as soon as I got some more money, and then went back, and I went forth, and I went back, and I went forth. Now, went to college, I moved from South Dakota to California so many times that I had nightmares that I'm in South Dakota, and I go, geez, I had a dream I was living in California, and then I'm in South Dakota. How did I get here? Fuck, what a nightmare. And then when I was living in California, I had a nightmare. I got on a Greyhound and moved back to South Dakota. And sometimes that actually happened. I wake up, I did it so many times, I had nightmares about it. I was like when I used to smoke cigarettes. I smoked cigarettes for 10 years and quit. And I quit 25 years ago. And I still have nightmares that I'm smoking cigarettes. It's weird. It's weird. So it's normal to do that. It's normal to pick up from where you left and move somewhere else. And if things don't work out, you can move back. You got friends and family there. Yeah. Phoenix itself is like most downtowns. Like if you're familiar with Sacramento or LA, Chicago, or a lot of these towns, the inner core of the city is the oldest and probably the oldest and probably the what's the word here, dumpier, or the suburbs is newer and where everybody moves out to. So yeah, Phoenix kind of have nice areas and bad areas, but a lot of places in Phoenix that were previously not good parts of town have been totally renovated before the rent doubled. So like 20 years ago, they said, we're going to take this part of town, we're going to invest a bunch of money in it, we're going to totally redo it, so that forced the people couldn't afford their out. Other people moved in. I don't know. It just moves people from one spot of town to another. We have a lot of homeless people here. I mean, lots. Thousands. If you're going to be homeless, you won't freeze to death here. And there's a lot of jobs. If you can't find a job in this city or this state, something's wrong with you, man. Yeah, it's weird living in the desert, especially after my skin fell off. I mean, nice to have skin on your hands. One of these days, you guys are going to pay for this, man. I'm telling you. I am going to queue up. Okay, see, that other guy with the egg footage, now he got his skin falling off because they transported something. I didn't. I transported my fat ass up to LASIK, and they sliced my eyeballs open, and they fixed them. Now they're all fucked up now. It didn't work. But after LASIK the next day, that's when the skin started falling off my body. So without warning, could be now, could be another podcast, boom, you're going to all of a sudden cut. It's going to show my eyeballs getting cut open, and the skin flaps up, and the guy's going like this. My skin's flapping, my eye like this, my cornea. That's why my left eye went bad, because he went like this with Pac-Man, and it fucked it up. That's really hard to watch. You ready to see it? I got cued. Yeah, it's probably like 0 right now in Illinois. Or is it Illinois or Illinois? Or is it Missouri or Missouri? Now you don't actually feel them cutting your eyes open. I don't feel anything really. It goes by in about 2 minutes an eye. It happens so fast you don't even know what happens. But I would recommend other people get it. Just because it didn't work with me doesn't mean it won't work. It depends on the person. I turned UFODAP off because it was just going absolutely nuts. Let me see. Let me look up at the football TV. See what it's doing right now. I just have never gotten it to work good at night. Now, what's weird is I can get UFODAP to work with this dome camera I just got back, but I cannot get it to work with the Lorex, and I cannot get it to work with my other one because these, there's another hack here. These UFODAP cameras, now, for people who don't have the software, when you might be able to bring this up, when you go to configure a camera, there's a list of there's a drop down box that you open. So you go to File, Open. There's a drop down box, and then you pick your make and model of camera. Now, if your camera's not in there, there's a few options. There's USB cameras. I never really messed with those, so I don't know if those work. So what I do is, and now Ron is not gonna. I hope you're not watching this, Ron. If you're watching, turn this off. There's going to be some dirty words here. I take his files and I modify them. He says, don't do that, but I do them. So what I did was I took a file that worked. Fuck it. Let's get in this. Got nothing else to do. Let me open the UFODAP thing. Let's see. What do you think? Now, when it comes to hacking UFODAP, there's only two places you need to remember. If you're using the OTDAU, that's Optical Data Tracking Acquisition Unit, that is the software that looks for stuff. The other stuff that does mission control, that's for the mapping. So that one, there's two folders, file locations you need to look through. That's going to be, if you install it on C, it's going to be C drive/OTDAU. Now in that folder, there's one called cameras. That's the one you mess with. And then C drive programs x86 camera. Those two folders, those two files are the ones you change. Leave everything else alone. Okay? So what I did is I took a folder that worked, or it took a folder that worked for, let's say, this camera that's plug and play. And I renamed it. Now I went into those two files, the ones in program x86 and the other one on C drive, and went into the cameras and messed with just those two. So what I did was start with the ports. Make sure the ports work. The ports out the box don't work. When you install this and it says port 51,000, probably isn't going to work. Change that. I change all of them to 53,000. So in both files, make sure it says port 53. If you cannot get this to work, it's 4 reasons. IP address, username, always keep it admin. Keep your password the same as your camera. I don't want to flip you out, but keep the password, the camera name, until you get it working. And the IP address. IP, port, username, password. Those 4 things. They have to work. If they don't, you got nothing working. Now, once you get it working, change them one at a time. Change the port, a port address first, then change the IP address from that default 198, that 108. And I think I had that here. Yeah. So you're going to want to change that. That's your default to something else, because you don't. If you have IP confliction, they don't work at all. To check what's on your system, go to the DOS prompt and type ARP/A. That'll bring up everything on your network. If you see an IP in there twice, you got confliction problems. But those two files are the reason that stuff doesn't work. So Ron does not want you in those files editing them, because you just screw shit up if you don't know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, you uninstall and reinstall a clean copy. Typically what works is you go in and you do your adjustments. So I'll get back in this in a second, and hit the save button. But I'm just manually going to the JSON files because they're just text files, right? Okay, so get this thing back up. Oh, Jesus. I gotta move my chat around a little bit so it works on more than just me. Text 15 tomorrow. Yeah, a lot of people moved to Texas. A lot of people are moving out of Texas. Texas is freaking huge, man. I drove my Porsche through there when I bought it. Yeah, you know, for people say, maybe it was you. That UFODAP's a dead end because you got one developer. And I totally know what you mean. Ron has a heart attack. We're screwed. What do we do? If we have a developer, which we have, and something happens to his health, the whole system goes with it. Then we go to Bob. I don't know. We say rest in peace, Ron. Thank you. Anybody got that link to the Bob tracker? I don't know what we do then. Just be lucky with what we got. You know, after my skin fell off and I came close to train walking, train spotting, I have a more positive attitude about just everybody and everything. You know, you got it when you hit the bottom of the rock. I have heard about it. I'm going to look into it, but probably not going to do much with Bob because, you know, UFODAP does everything I need. We're just this close from getting it all to work right? Yeah. People have said I've had it with UFODAP. I mean, there were a couple versions that didn't even work, to tell you the truth. I should have wrote down which ones didn't, so I don't reload them. There were these were mainly mission control software. Not mission control runs the computer device. And there were times I just could not get that to work at all. Uninstall, install the previous version, fires right up. But, I mean, what do you do? What do you do with that? All right, so, what was I doing here? All right, so we're gonna run this. We got some UFODAP people in the audience. No, I shut off PTZ previously, so it doesn't go crazy looking around. We'll see if this works. Detections. Now, what I do have on this is I have 10 terabyte of hard drive on this computer. Behind me that's running this, and to date I've been doing this for hours and hours and hours. The video card has not crashed, so that tells me switching from this Alienware to this Alienware worked. For some reason, another $500 worth of RAM helped, and I put my entire UFO collection in here so I can just bring up files. Now, most of you guys have these things. This is an external 5 terabyte hard drive. So what I do is I keep everything on one of these. And these are platters. They don't seem like it, but these are not solid state drives. These have little platters in them. And these have a shelf life. So this had my entire UFO collection from 1995 up to 2024 in it. And I got a bunch of these. And the ones with UFOs typically are red. And I was doing some conversions from VHS to AI, and I dropped one of these. Fell from here, 3 foot. Didn't work anymore. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is all my shit. So I plug it in. I hear it. It's spinning. It's not making the click, click, click sound, because if it makes that sound, your drive is dead. It's dead. This has all my... This is my whole UFO collection on it. Now, this has fell a few times, but you would think that they can fall 3 feet and not, break, but that was it. It had fallen a few times, and it broke. Now, luckily, since I work in the software industry, I know this is expected to happen. So I had 3 backup drives, 3 different drives with the same shit. Now I have 4 or 5 different drives. The point is you are going to lose your data at some point. Another thing I do is air gap them. So this thing will just sit in a drawer, in a bag, ready to go. That's a go-to bag. This has been talked about more recently because of what happened in Los Angeles, that at any time we could lose everything we have. So you got to have everything ready to pick your shit up and go. Everything we have can be replaced, most of it. Now, I could put this stuff in the cloud, not worry about it. But I just, I have other stuff on these drives too, besides UFOs. So I just keep them in, like a grocery bag, so I can pick them up and run out the house if I need to. Get those and the cats. So think about that. If you have storage, make sure your storage is redundant. Have more than 2 copies. I'm probably not covered. Everything I have is in this house. So if the house burns down, all goes. But then again, all the good stuff's on YouTube anyway. So I don't know. Just think about that. The people in California, they didn't have time. And some of them got out with nothing. And that could be, somebody's turn next time to lose everything. I had everything and burned down when I was a kid. We lost everything. Lost all of our Atari cartridges, and the only consolation was Dad bought ColecoVision. And I still got it sitting. I got all my ColecoVision cartridges. On the ready. Nobody's burning down my ColecoVision. That's for damn sure. And take that ColecoVision from my cold dead hands. All right, we'll run through a couple of clips here. Okay, let's cue up some old shit. Yeah, I'm glad I did move over. It took me a while to get everything moved on this new computer, but it doesn't... I have less problems on this thing. All right. So, let me know if you guys can hear the audio on this. Wait, hold on. Just a sec. Gotta do some adjustments here. Just a sec, I gotta fix.
that shuttle sighting to sightings of UFOs.
Wow. This really went 4K on me. Maybe I blew it up to 8K. Once I get this dialed in, the other ones will come in.
Well, from that shuttle sighting to sightings of UFOs.
Can you guys hear any audio from this file playing?
And two Valley men claim they have pictures to prove that you can spot UFOs around here. Jim Schneebelt accesses the 10 files and shows us the exclusive footage of the mysterious objects flying over Phoenix.
There's 2 of them, Rob. Jesus. There's 2 of them now.
In the past year, 2 Valley men claim to have made 4 dozen UFO sightings over Phoenix. To prove it, they say they have 10 hours of their sightings on videotape.
Can you get the phone and get Tom? Call Tom's number. I need to get his camera on this thing. We want to try and get multiple cameras vectoring these things to know the exact position in the sky, how fast it might be traveling, and get all the computer data we need on it.
Okay, the audio works. Let me just turn that down real quick.
Well, from that shuttle sighting to sightings of UFOs, and 2 Valley men claim they have pictures to prove that you can spot UFOs around here. Jim Schneebelt accesses the 10 files and shows us the exclusive footage of the mysterious objects flying over Phoenix.
There's 2 of them, Rob. Jesus. There's 2 of them now.
In the past year, 2 Valley men claim to have made 4 dozen UFO sightings over Phoenix. To prove it, they say they have 10 hours of their sightings on videotape.
Can you get the phone and get Tom? Call Tom's number. I need to get his camera on this thing. We want to try and get multiple cameras vectoring these things to know the exact position in the sky, how fast it might be traveling, and get all the computer data we need on it.
The UFOs in the pictures are not all the same. Some are spherical, some are shaped like discs or hockey pucks, some are white or silver, and some are dark. This one seems to pulsate on and off.
It's not nuts, it's not something crazy, the camera doesn't lie, it recorded what you've seen.
What do you think they are?
It's hard to say. They're unconventional. I've never seen anything like them in my 27 years. I really couldn't tell you what they are. They're very strange.
No one is saying these pictures are proof of extraterrestrials about to land in Phoenix. The objects could be anything from weather balloons to spaceships, but they are flying objects over Phoenix, and they remain unidentified.
It's time people, pay a little more attention as we go into the next millennium. This is going to be an issue we're all going to be talking about. The government's talking about it with life on other planets. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I think somebody else is maybe trying to say, wake up. You're looking in the wrong spot. It's right over town.
10 Files first showed you some of Tom King's UFO video last spring. At that time, we confirmed as best we could the authenticity of his video. There is no sign of fakery. And the FAA and the Air Force have no comment about UFOs over Phoenix. So for now, the mystery continues, and so do the sightings.
How often do they say that they see these things up in the sky?
They claim to have made about 4 dozen sightings within the last year, more before that, but they're not out as much looking as they used to be.
And why are they seeing it, not maybe the rest of us?
Well, they claim it's just because the rest of us aren't looking up.
Okay.
For long periods of time.
Right.
Long enough, or
Yeah.
we're blinking,
Yeah.
maybe. All right, well, maybe we'll look up for a couple days. see
Give
what
it a
happens.
try.
All right, Jim,
All right,
thanks
Jim.
a lot.
Thank you.
Rest in peace, Mike. Mike didn't make it. Yeah, so that was that did one hell of a cleanup job. Jesus Christ. Let me just show you something. God, they're not even on here. If I showed you the actual file that I had, that was cleaned up, man, the file is horrible. What this 4K software can do by just eliminating static and a ton of other things. It's pretty amazing. But it can take a lot of processes to even get that far. Just a second, I got my I think I loaded up a bit too much on this computer. Shut something down. OBS is not liking this at all. So yeah, that clip was 2 months, I think, before the Phoenix Lights happened. So we were warning, you know, anybody that would listen that this NASA was talking about wasting all this money going to Mars to look for dead organisms. And we're like, hey, man, this is right over town. You don't need to go anywhere. It's right here. And Phoenix Lights unfolded a couple of months later. So we were really on point for that. And yeah, Mike eventually, he moved to Texas. But fortunately, I'm trying to hope OBS just doesn't hard crash on me. Yeah, Mike emailed me about 15 years after the Phoenix Lights, and he was in pretty bad shape. He had stage 4 colon cancer, and he was in his, God, he's only about 40. And by the time they caught it, it was pretty much too late. He told me that the colon cancer had spread to all of his organs, and he figured he's just going to check out and fade away. And happened to his brother. So he had a little brother that was a couple of years younger than him, and both of them had colon cancer. So they went into chemotherapy, and well, Mike survived it, and his brother didn't. So I said, so what was this all like? And he said, well, he's very terrified because he's got wife and kids. And he said the difference was, he thought it was really weird. Him and his brother both got colon cancer at the same time. The difference was he got so weak, he was smoking marijuana, and I guess he pukes all the time from the chemotherapy, so he was puking that up. And his brother did not. He was anti-marijuana totally. He said, fuck, no, I'm smoking that weed. So his brother smoked cigarettes. And he said the difference is his brother was so anti-marijuana, and Mike didn't give a fuck, he'd smoke it, that he was able to keep the food down. His brother got so sick, he puked everything up, he got weak and he died. But then, unfortunately, it came back later with Mike, and it got him again. So many people have just survived from this. OBS has crashed. I'm going to just reboot this, be back in about 60 seconds. I think we came back out. That wasn't too bad. Come on, stream. Let's. All right, 50,000K again. Yeah. So, yeah, that played a 4K file, but it crashed like a mother on that. Yeah, that was. I still have that. That's in the backyard, laying out in some cat shit right now. I took that. What happened with that is, I took that. That super camera was too big, so I took the VHS part off, super VHS part off. I put it on a compact VHS camera that was my little brother's camera, and I used that for a while. So that cut down the weight, but I couldn't mount it on the tripod. I put it on a tripod once. The weight was so heavy it snapped off the tripod head. So then I cut it down to like this big, and I put the same telescope and camera on it. It was just so big and heavy to deploy that in the field, and to get that on a tripod was just impossible. It had 300 optical power, which is even more than twice what the P1000 has today. I got really good moon footage and stuff, and I was pushing as far as I could with that, but eventually just scaled that down because it was beyond practical. I was just hoping that I could take that out, get something to sit there for a couple of minutes, and zoom in and get the smoking gun footage. So, yeah, I've been pushing camera technology for a quarter of a century. But yeah, it's too bad Mike. Mike was one of the pioneers. Mike was a guy that everything he recorded was black, and everything I recorded was white. And he lived in Tempe, I lived in Tempe, so we were just 3 miles apart, right? So one time he goes, we got to call Tom and get Tom's camera on it, but if I get my camera on it, it'll be white. So that's weird. And I mean, I got a lot of his footage still. Like, for instance, he's got a video of 3 black, I guess what we're going to call them eggs now, orbs, spheres, right? And they're in a triangle configuration. So there's like 3 of them like this. And they're black. And they're just sitting there like this. But they sit in this orientation the entire time. They don't tumble. I don't remember them going like this. They just sit there. So, like, how are these balloons just sitting there? 3 black things. No, there was no. You just figured they were probably balloons, you know. But I don't know. I mean, it's just weird. Certain people film certain UFOs. That's their thing. That's what me and Mike kind of learned. I mean, he came across this independently. I came across it independently. We met because he saw me on the local news. So we started skywatching. Yeah, well, that goddamn cancer's a motherfucker. I mean, that just shows that even if you smoke pot, it doesn't. They always say if you smoke weed, you don't get cancer. You get cancer just the same as anybody else, man. Is the volume still screwed up? Oh, wait. Should be good. I don't want to mess that up too bad. Hunt down another piece of footage. I'm starting to pick up some camera lag now. Yeah. One thing here's a. Most people aren't going to run into this problem, but I do. Here's something that when you get repeat UFOs, something you should look for is framing the shot. For instance, the last couple of UFOs that went through, they went through so fast I couldn't grab the control and track with them. But the available data I got from that looks like the object flew through the frame. What I mean is, it doesn't go through like the bottom corner, like just barely clipped. It goes through the entire frame, like the UFO framed itself to fly through it. Or another one, the orange object that I filmed on the 13th came from the uppermost left portion of the screen. So if you were to place pixels on your screen and you were to go left to right, you would start up at the corner, and the very most upper corner would be 0.0. That's where this UFO came out, 0.0, and then it came down, but before it clipped, it banked up a little bit. So when I saw that, I instantly knew, okay, that it's not a straight line, it's not a plane. So it's something that I should at least track with the mouse. But when it goes through these frames like that, and that's all you get, well, then I look at that. This has been framed into the shot. Even though I'm going to get like 90 frames out of it, or a few seconds, at least did something. It left a pattern. So I'm looking for pattern recognition and different captures. Like I've said before, you're going to get some video, but you might get some UFO metadata there. And the metadata might be up here. It might be... we could be like lab rats down here, and they're running experiments on them. And go, well, we'll fly him over and just try this and see what he does. Or try it from this approach, see what he does. He's learning, or she's learning. They're down there doing something. They're we're giving them, but the UFO are the stimuli. So they have to give you something. Because they have to feed you. They have to feed you footage. If you don't get anything, you're going to give up. Man, every skywatcher I know has went through dry spells where we get a lot of footage and then we get nothing. And the times you don't get anything, you pack up. Say, I've had it. Find something else to do, So they have to give you something. So they have to provide stimuli. So they're giving you. So I think it's more than footage, because to them it's not footage. Think about it. Think about this in their shoes, right? I mean, the cover-up works only if they're secret. If they came out in the open for some reason, it doesn't work. So they have certain operational or alien code of conduct, if you will. Certain rules they'll run by. Even if they're different aliens from different systems, dimensions, planetary systems, they're all abiding by this. Let's stay secret. I don't know. Maybe it's a universal thing. Maybe if we go to another planet, we can't go, hey, everybody, we're here, and then they start shooting their nukes at you. Be dumb. You don't want to go all the way to another planet just to get murdered on that planet. So you got to think a little bit like they do. So I think they're running, stimulus stuff down here. There's 8 billion of us down here. We're not very nice people. So I thought about rewatching that television show V. There's a lot of stuff that was probably laid out before us. Like, now that the egg thing's out, right? Time to go back through the UFO catalog and start looking for every single egg-shaped thing. Like, was there any eggs mentioned in Close Encounters of the Third Kind? When was the first instance of an egg ever mentioned in UFO books? When was it mentioned in movies? When was it mentioned in crash retrievals? So that's something to go chase down. But my point here, the hell was I talking about? My point here is these UFOs are going to be doing something with us. It's not just showing up and giving us some sightings. There's more to this than that. And the egg-shaped one, that's just flavor of the month, man. I mean, it could have been anything. Like that guy said he called those acorns, or I thought that's what I saw from the closed caption from YouTube was acorns, or was it saucers he was talking about? I don't know. It could have been that. Instead of eggs, everybody be talking about these saucers. I just can't really wrap our mind around this. I think we're in for easy another 2 to 3 decades of what we're going through right now. I wish this would get over with. All of us do, but I don't see it happening. I don't see the Trump administration or whoever comes after him doing anything. I don't see Tim Burchett doing nothing. Kecksburg, there you go, acorn right there. Yeah, I don't, like I said the other day, you give Tim Burchett, if Lockheed writes him a check, you'll never hear from Tim Burchett again. If Paul Lunik gets a check, they're done. Tim Gates, if they write Tim Gates whatever he needs, he's done. All these people are buyable. There is no such thing as the congressman with integrity that can't be bought. So we're kind of screwed with, going forward with this. It's just going to be more of the same. It's going to be more whistleblowers coming out, and then you're going to wait for it. What's the name of your company? UFO Retrieval Systems, Inc. Something like that. It just kind of sucks. It just kind of sucks. What can we do? You can just do all you can do is don't get mad. Do what's within your ability. Like, that's what I'm doing. I mean, I have the ability. I have all the gear I think I need. And it's the point to dial it in and just work with other people. That's all I can do. Yeah, I don't think we would understand that either. See, that's another good point. All this stuff that when it comes to the alien writing stuff, well, go back to the Predator movies, right? It's the same looking stuff from V. Was the set decorator from V also the set decorator for Predator? The guy who came up with that? Because somebody just sits there and makes that shit up. Tales of Tomorrow. I haven't heard of that one. But, yeah, The Day the Earth Stood Still. All those movies, the black and white ones, War of the Worlds. Was there any egg stuff in there? Because the genesis of this, it seems like the government puts out many, many decades ago. So in case it does leak, they can go, oh, you just been watching that movie. Or like for instance, the movie Stargate. A lot of people think that was an actual U.S. government project to do that. So then they made the movie Stargate. So in case this leaks, they can just say, well, just blame it on the movie. I think, wasn't Jason Sands one of those people who talked about 20 years there and then you come back? Godzilla, yeah. It was, with the pandemic, I wasn't surprised if Godzilla was actually, we were going to find out that was real. And, we have seismic activity in the Pacific and Godzilla comes up and destroys, Tokyo again, and we just go, fuck. Because it seems like we're living in a movie and things are unfolding, but it's kind of a bad movie. Yeah, the woman from V was also on Dallas. I saw that on a YouTube stream. Now, I would like to watch. I tried to watch V, the 80s version, but it's so bad. I'd have to run it through AI and then get a 4K because like the video I played from the 4K stuff was pretty good. I mean, the source material was so bad. I can't believe 4K can AI can do this. What I wanted to do was run Star Trek: The Next Generation. The first 2 seasons sucked, but season 3, 4, and 5 were really good. Those writers smoked like some real crazy ass weed, and then said, yeah. And then the crystalline entity said to Data, I mean, those are really good, but it would take. To run 3 years through AI would take about 2.5 years on an Alienware. It takes like 8 hours to run 1 hour. And that's if you have the right model. Okay. Let me show you something. Let me turn the volume down first, because this could get loud. This could be the LASIK surgery. It could, may not be. You never know when I'm going to drop that. Not this shit again. OBS is taking a dump on me now. Very strange. It doesn't want me to play MPG files. All right. God damn it. I'm going to have to. Looks like OBS has crashed out again. You want to hear something funny? I told my wife that okay, this is funny. I told her that Mark Zuckerberg's parents are Brent Spiner, and while Star Trek The Next Generation was being made, he had an affair with Tasha Smith, was it? The blonde-haired lady who quit and did Dead Pet Cemetery. They had a kid together, and it was Mark Zuckerberg. And she's like, really? Oh, it does look like him. I'm like, yep. That's his dad, Brett Spiner. Data from Star Trek. So she goes and tells people at work. And then 3 days later, she comes home. You fucking liar. Brent Spiner isn't Mark Zuckerberg's dad. You liar. I'm like, it took you 3 days to figure that out. Denise Crosby. All right, hold on. I got to refresh OBS. I learned do not open MPG files. The OBS will. Denise Crosby and Brett Spiner got together, and they just loved each other very much. And then they spilled out a guy who created Facebook and wrecked society. I'm trying to think which one I can lay on her next. Trying to figure out if I'm still in 4K or not. I don't know. Now, how many of you guys are going to go? Did you know that Mark Zuckerberg's dad was on Star Trek, and Tasha Yar's Mark's mom? Try that. Try and see if you can get away with that. See who. It's a good one. It's a good one. You might be able to get away with that and pull it off. I got 3 days out of that until she pulled a reality check. You know, one of the best episodes, I think, in Star Trek was the one with warp power. That one made a lot of sense. That was the one where there was a planet and there was this guy who discovered warp 1. And Riker and a bunch of people had the planet under surveillance, because when a planet develops warp power and they're able to break out of their solar system to another one, that's when the planet welcomes them into the Federation and says, it's time, you've made these steps, we're going to tell you about it because you're going to discover this anyway. That seems like that would be something that they would happen like if there was somebody watching us and we're, say, 100 years away from warp power or blowing ourselves up. That might happen here. That was pretty cool. That was one of my favorite episodes. I liked that one, and I liked my favorite one was when the Enterprise kept blowing itself up every 15 minutes. And they were stuck in a time loop. And in order to break out of it, Data had to look at them and say, use the tractor beam to pull this thing aside. Otherwise, the warp core was going to get ejected and blow up. And then that was like one where they just filmed 15 minutes from 6 camera angles and then edited those camera angles together. And Picard's like, everybody abandon ship. And the thing blew up. That was pretty cool. That would be a cool one to watch in 4K. I can't believe no one's done that yet. I mean, they're saying, I remember when 4K came out, or HD, they said you cannot convert VHS to HD because it was filmed in video. But you can convert film to 4K and HD. But now, you can go back and take all HD and convert it into 4K. So let's do it. Come on, Netflix. Come on, Paramount, before you go broke. Let's see that done. I want to go watch TNG one more time. Yeah, I never really I tried to get into Deep Space Nine. That was too dark. Watch Voyager. Kind of sucked. A lot of the older treks that came out I couldn't really get into because they were just, I don't know. They made too much so fast everybody got burnt out and they stopped. Ooh. Here comes another one of those eggs. Or is this a Tic Tac? There's 200 people coming in for a landing. So another process I do is I film planes because you don't know if they're going to get tagged by a UFO. Sometimes if you film a regular conventional object, well, you know it's in focus because these thermal cameras can't go out of focus. But then you never know if something is following it. Like, remember that Border Patrol video of the A-10 that was filmed down by Tucson? And when somebody on the ground was filming the A-10, some type of orb like the size of a basketball was flying around it. Now, if they just weren't filming that A-10, they wouldn't have got that basketball orb. So sometimes you just got to just find stuff to film. See if this is moving. I think it's a star. I looked at a little bit there. Yeah, Pelco controller. So I got it for, I think I looked it up as like $80 or something off eBay. They're still up there too. You got to piecemeal the thing together. Venus should have went down, shouldn't it? Yeah, that's a planet. It ain't moving. But, man, I wish people quit calling all this stuff that's not a UFO UFOs. See, this whole open sky here is a good thing because you could hook UFODAP up to this and then look for anything that that's black that penetrates the bounding box. However, to do that, I'm thinking about doing it. I might do that tomorrow. I don't know. Got to keep messing with the network until I get some kind of decent stability out of it. I think I'm the only person that does live skywatches with thermal, unless somebody else is doing it. You just got a little bit of everything. Yeah, that was looking west. Oh, that's a good one. Okay. Well, the criminal who lives over next there. You know, remember I was talking about earlier about you could feel when people are looking over your shoulder. So last summer, when I had no skin on my hands, I'm sitting outside. I get my second thermal camera. So I'm on this little tiny ladder and bolting it. Because the first one I got UFO. So I'm like, forget two of them, I get two UFOs. So bolting with a DeWalt drywall screws into the wood. I'm sitting there fucking with it, trying to look where this one. I'm looking at it. And I got this feeling. And I turn around. And the neighbor's sitting there like this, staring at me. And I'm thinking, okay, I guess I got some explaining to do. I'm not pointing him at his house. I'm just pointing him up, right? Scottsdale. And he goes, what is all that? He had just moved in. I didn't even say hello to him or nothing yet. And yeah, the light's up there all night, Mr. Boob Tube. And he's like, what is all that? Now he's come out straight up. I'm tracking aliens with these, right? Or UFOs. Really? And then he points up at the chimney. The chimney has 7 cameras on it. I mean, you can see this down the street. And he goes, well, I know that costs a lot of money. So he was pointing up. And now this was all built before he moved in. It was built last year. And I said, those will look for aliens too. And then he points at the side of my house. And there's a camera pointing down. And this is a camera that's just watching any crazy son of a bitch who's going to jump the fence, come into my backyard and get shot. Right? And at the time, actually, I was telling the truth, the NVR that handles home security, I talked about this, the power supply blew up. I thought the NVR blew up, but it was actually the power supply. So I told him, hey, that doesn't work. He probably thinks I'm lying. I'm like, those cameras just blew up a couple days ago. And when they did work, they have privacy blocking on all these cameras. Because if I can, I mask all the neighbors' houses out of the footage, so you can't see them. And then he goes, well, hey, man, I got 3 teenage daughters. And I'm like, yeah, that's nice. So, like, you can see. This is pointing towards his house, and I have everything on the fly blacked out. I know every roof I can, anything. Just out of respect for the neighbors, right? That's what I would want back. So, anyway, so everything pointing down was blocked out of his house, too, because I don't give a shit about it. I don't want to look at his stuff. So, yeah. So, it turns out he don't have 3 teenage daughters. He just says that. He has got 1 son. But they don't give a shit. The guy before him that sold him the house, he liked it because every, once a year, television crew comes over from a streamer, but then about once a month, we end up shooting a documentary here. So they don't give a shit. I mean, everybody I know is into UFOs around here. And then if we walk down the street, pretty much every camera here is rigged the same way. So this guy has cameras looking at my house. It came with the house. I don't care. I mean, I'm not laying outside naked anymore taking suntans. So those days that's in the past. So you're not going to get me, not going to be any more nude Tom videos going on. But that's okay. I understand why do you ask that. Now, I got neighbors down the street. Now, they got dome cameras too. Usually 1 or 2. But I saw a neighbor has 2 dome cameras. Now, their balls ain't as big as mine, or smaller domes, but they're pointed down like they're supposed to be. Now, who do you suppose those are looking at? His neighbors. His neighbors, right? But mine are pointed up. Because I don't give a shit about what you guys are doing, I ain't looking at your house. I'm looking for the aliens flying over these houses. So yeah. So it's pretty much everybody down the street has a Ring camera, surveillance cameras. Most people have solar-powered IP cameras now that are Wi-Fi. The worst thing is so many people have cameras now that my televisions are getting hijacked from other people's Bluetooth. So I tell, keep it down so she doesn't hear. So I tell Rhonda that Mark Zuckerberg's parents are data from Star Trek. So she goes, Tom, I'm losing my mind. But in the backyard where the guy had that light, he put in a koi pond with these big fucking carp and shit. And that's why he's got all this stuff out there. He's a big animal lover. He's not a bad guy. He's just misunderstood. So anyway, she goes, he's got a Bluetooth speaker out there, and it's playing what's on our television. So I go, you fucking high, man. She goes, no, listen. I said, the dude did not put a fucking JBL Bluetooth speaker in the backyard and somehow hook it up to the television in the living room because you have to pair Bluetooth. She goes, listen. And I said, just, you know, you might have ate some edibles of mine or something. So I thought I thought this is retaliation for the Mark Zuckerberg joke that you went and told everybody at work, made a fool. Mark Zuckerberg's parents are a robot from Star Trek. So I'm thinking she's fucking with me. So I'm out there Friday, and I hear exactly what she says. The guy has a fucking JBL speaker out. So the koi fish don't get bored. Somehow he jacked it onto my television set. So when you hear like a commercial, the commercial's in this guy's backyard playing to his fish. So I do what's obvious. Now go, Rhonda, it's time for us to look up some gay porn sites, stream them through the television set, and fucking jack that directly to that speaker. Because if he starts hearing, give it to me, Rusty, give it to me, you know? And then he's like, Billy Bob. I mean, and she's like, now, Rhonda, I don't know what any porn sites. I heard there's a place called Pornhub. Never been there, but it could be that. But I think the safest thing is if we just start with Brokeback Mountain and then build up. And then I look, and then the guy, I think the guy doesn't also have a job. How the fuck do you not have a job? So I think his truck was gone. Otherwise, we were going to cue Brokeback Mountain. And then, I don't know, is this Fessler on? Does anybody know a good, really loud porno video? Because that's coming from his house, not mine. I mean, what neighbor in their right mind pairs their JBL speaker to another person's house to listen to Brokeback Mountain off Pornhub? So that's the type of, you know, practical joke neighbors we are. And the fucker will probably say, turn it up, you know. So if you want to play some practical jokes, we can get into that neighbor-wise. Or, you know, in a better one, is I could have Rhonda start screaming, Tom, stop beating me, the way his wife tells him to stop beating her. I don't know. That's a hell of a troll. What would Elon Musk do? But yeah, it's all this because somebody asked what my neighbors think, and then somehow that spun out of a fucking rabbit hole down into gay porn. Well, fuck, let's get back to skywatching before I catch it. What would you guys do? I mean, if your neighbor hijacked your television set with the Bluetooth, what kind of payment would you give him, or her, or him, or it, or whatever? I'm trying to think. You know, it should fit the description. Okay, well, you know, this guy has a weak spot for gangster rap. And me, I like me some rap too. Lots of rap. But I like the old school shit from the Bronx, like you know, the stuff us white guys can rap. I don't touch NWA, and I don't mess with Ice Cube. I leave him alone, because if I can't sing it, I don't say it, because I want to, you know, go along with the rip. So if, you know, if I got to break out, you know, Beat Street or some shit, or the Noise, or some classics, yeah, but you know, I'm not breaking 50 Cent out or something, but he does, and he says all the words, right? You're not supposed to do that. White people, nope. You do not rap MWA as a white guy. If you get caught doing this, there's a heavy price for it. Heavy. I can get my buddy Clive over here, and Clive can teach him. He can bring some brothers over here, and he can tell them a thing or two about NWA, and he ain't got the license for that. So I'm trying to think, that's all he listens to is gangster rap. What would he not like? Maybe gay porn isn't, I don't know. Maybe country. Alvin and the Chipmunks, Sugar Hill Gang's all right. LL Cool J's cool. It really went to shit. Rap really went to shit when Ice-T came. You know, it was cool before, and then Grandmaster Flash started getting into the jungle sometimes, and he started talking about inner city struggles and the stuff that really is going on, and it was not happy-go-lucky anymore. And then that started the West Coast shit. And if you look at the history of rap, you can see what a fraud Ice-T is, because him and Ice Cube were creating gangster rap, but they didn't believe in it because they were going to get shot. So then you see Ice-T saying, I was tiptoeing out the back. Well, were you tiptoeing? You didn't want to deal with like the 140th Street gang versus the 30th Street gang. So it was weird. So I don't like that rap. Yeah, Run DMC, they were great too, man. I'm not Vanilla Ice here, but yeah, Run DMC was cool. It was the Fat Boys. They created their own type of rap. But that guy, you don't rap that stuff. You don't know better. You think he would have learned that in jail, right? Try and point these thermals straight up and see if there's something parked right above the house. Oh shit, what was that view? DMX. That's funny. I never got into DMX. I just heard he got arrested many, many times in Phoenix and went to jail. He's a talented rapper from what I heard. But he's another guy who just gets a short. You know, if he was filthy rich, he wouldn't have never went to jail. Just poor people do. You know what would probably get that guy is Slayer. Lots of people hate Slayer. I got out my 7-string guitar and start playing some crunch metal type of shit where he calls the cops on you. Not fast enough to keep up with that plane. You know, one thing I used to use was I didn't use it very often. I used my little brother's bionic mic. He had a, anybody ever had this? These are these parabolic 13-inch dishes that are like acrylic. They have a microphone in them, and you can use them for spying and listen to people. Tried that on a UFO once. That was when I was hunting Bubba down. Went after it and tried to get an acoustical look at it. It's very interesting. The only person who's successfully pulled this off is David Mason. David is one of the inventors that you saw that does light to sound and sound to light. It's an interesting thing that I came up with the phrase, it's not a nice one, called acoustical rape, where in Russian they would say, we take sound from you. I take your sound. Your sound is mine. I take from you. So you rape. UFO is not willing, but we're going to take your sound. If you make anything, we're going to acoustically steal it from you. You guys didn't ask me if I wanted on board that ship when you took me in '93. So time for the reach around. So I tried it. I tried to listen to it. Didn't have it hooked up to anything other than headphones, but gave it a shot. Anyway, so I've tried just about everything you can think of. You know, lasers and lasing these things. Ghost hunting. I had a friend who worked on a ghost show. He said they were rigged. Like, if they needed something done, they just hooked up fishing wire and pulled something. It was so small you wouldn't see it on camera, and then you go, hey, look, something happened here. Because they need some drama, and you're not going to get it on a ghost hunt, so you're going to make it up. EVPs are interesting. Now, that would be something you would have to manufacture. That's something I'm open-minded to, you know, because we just don't know. We don't know what the hell is on the afterlife. Go to window. Oh, okay, weird. It was cutting off some of the, it was cutting that off. These thermals actually work a little bit better in color, but it's just very, very hard to look at. If I had this in like rainbow or global or any of those predator type things, after about a minute and a half, it's just murder to look at. It's really hard looking at just a rainbow kaleidoscope of LSD stuff. Chat in there. K-band radar. Hey, did you guys, Paul? Did you see that interview with those guys in Long Island that have that Nightcrawler RV? I saw something on Twitter a couple days ago about it. They were interviewed. They have a lot, some of the same gear I do. They just got everything in that thing, and they had a lot of that stuff. I was looking at. They had a couple of tripods full of gear, and I was trying to make out what the hell they had. They had one of them they had is one of the cheapest tripods you can get is a DeWalt tripod for surveying. It comes with a not a quarter 20 bolt that is standard. It comes with one that's 5/8 inch or so, but you can get these things for I think like $50 or $60, and that's one of them I got. And anyway, it does come with an adapter for a quarter 20. I think about it. So for only like $50, you can get a tripod that'll hold probably 60 or 70 pounds. And they had one of those. That was at least something. And they had a whole bunch of stuff on it, but a lot of it looked like it was just bungee cords and stuff around it. I was trying to look at that. What I'd like to do is, I got that guy's number, John. I should call him up and see if I can get him on the podcast. I'd love to have those guys on. Let me see if I can get them booked or something. I know they've done a lot of interviews with Ross Coulthart. What I like to do is have these guys give us a walk through their night crawler and show us what they got, so we can kind of make a checklist. And anyway, what I'd like to do is see, Ron Ultra was asking me what kind of radar are they using. I don't know. They had something that they mentioned goes up to 70,000 feet, and when I did ask John, he said they were using some type of marine radar. Another one that they used looked like police radar that they use for traffic cameras, or not traffic cameras, for radar guns. Those ones that the cops have that they point at you. I'd really like to know what they're using for radar, because a lot of the stuff that we're all using now is standardized. Like I've said, I'm saying this a lot. We're telling each other as a community what's our best cameras. If you don't want to use UFODAP, try Bob. Bob's free. That's something I learned a few hours ago. Probably have some links coming up in some future Skywatches where to get that. I will probably download it, and we will run through it through the UFO Lab, and we'll do a tutorial on that. So that's some good free software there. Also, like the Geiger counter. This thing right here is GMC nuclear device. I think it was like 50 or 60 bucks. Most of the shit I get off Amazon. It's a USB Geiger counter. Now, keep in mind, it's a consumable. So it's not a mouse that you just replace the batteries and it's going to last the rest of your life. They have tubes on them, and these tubes will gather radiation over life, and then you're going to have to calibrate it by getting a brand new one. But for 50 or 60 bucks, it's not a big deal. So we're using Geiger counters. Cosmic watches is another thing. Again, get that last. Don't get, that's not the first item in your UFO tool belt. Probably just a couple of cameras is all you need. You don't need 35 cameras and an overloaded switch like I got. You don't need a droid. But a lot of the gear that we have is standardized, which is like when this whistleblower from last night was saying that they can help the FBI with surveillance and figuring out what the New Jersey drones are. And I'm thinking, I don't know about that, man. All right. 99. We're skywatching, right? 26 years ago, we were skywatching. A friend of mine calls me up, Mike Fortson. Mike Fortson is one of the people who saw the boomerang March 13th, and he's done a lot of interviews. He's the guy who said it was a mile long. It went in front of the moon. It went in front of the moon. It became transparent. That was Mike's testimony. And Mike has also passed on. Rest in peace, Mike. But anyway, he alerted me to this. He goes, Tom, there is a Cessna that's taking off from Williams Gateway Airport, and it is circling what we think was downtown Phoenix. And we were on the lookout for this UFO called Bubba at the time. And while we were looking for it, Mike made this observation because his house was located next to this airport. So when he would see it, I would pick it up from my spot, and I'd go, you're right. This Cessna is doing circles west of us, somewhere over South Phoenix. Now, I don't have the optical reach of all of Phoenix, so I think it was south. But it was doing loops. Now, we didn't have flight radar at the time or any apps to figure this out. What we later figured out was, because of other investigations, is this was a Cessna, and it was contracted by the FBI. And what the FBI was doing was they were using Pelco type surveillance systems that were mounted and custom in the bellies of these Cessnas. And the Cessnas were basically just doing circles over high crime areas in South Phoenix nonstop. So this was basically a mass surveillance system that the FBI had set up. And not only in this city, but they had set them up in major cities all over the United States. And this would later come out in other cases during legal discovery. One of them is the, let me give you an example that everybody here will know. How you doing, Mr. Altman? The Rittenhouse case, where, you know, the guy who shot the underage guy, and he ended up shooting some people in Minneapolis. It turns out the FBI had the entire thing under surveillance by what? A Cessna. And it was circling the area just in case. And they got it too. So later it came out that these Cessnas that the FBI had hired were paying the gas, paying everything for them just to, and I don't know how they never learn how they relayed the information from real time from these Cessnas back to the FBI, back to state local police. But it was a thing. It was going on. And then now you can see them going on through flight radar, where you can see just these same aircraft doing circles and circles over major cities, because they're doing the same thing. They're doing wide area mass surveillance. Some of this stuff is permanent. Like there's one called Gorgon's Stare. So if you look up Gorgon's Stare, what these type of surveillance systems were, is this was put together mainly through programs like DARPA, so the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. And what they would do is put grants and funds together, and they would put up permanent surveillance of systems. One of the biggest ones that they did was in the Metro DC area. They had, and I don't know how this cost, but they had a Zeppelin-shaped blimp. And we're talking, you know, this is the size of a Goodyear blimp. And it's basically parked up on the East Coast, and it's tethered to the ground. So this blimp is up, and what it does is, now this is the official reason, this is to see incoming cruise missiles off the East Coast that are coming towards Washington, D.C. and New York, that's supposedly going to be detected by NORAD and intercepted by anti-cruise missile systems and secret Star Wars type stuff. Or was it really UFO detectors? And we were told that they were for the Soviet attack that was never going to come. I put my weight over on the UFO side for that. One of these Zeppelins got loose, and it crashed around Maryland. There's a YouTube video on that. And Google it. Don't believe nothing I say. Google it all. Look it up if you can find it. And it crashed. And that's kind of how we learned. They spent $2 billion on that. Now, did they ever redo another one? I don't know. There was another system, a brilliant system that they put together about 10 years ago. And I believe it's deployed. And what they did is they took apart the camera from these phones. And they basically took, let's say, 128, let's say, iPhone 5s. They took the camera sensor out, and then they put them all together into a grid. So they built basically a diamond grid with 128 of these. I can't remember the name of this program, but they put these together. And what they did was these would be placed kind of like what I'm doing with the thermal with a little bit of overlap. So these would have an overlap, and then they would go up on a Cessna, and they would do circles around a town. But what this sensor would do, it would have 30 to 40 square miles under permanent surveillance. So when you drive to work, as long as the Cessna still has gas in it and you drive and you come home, this thing has tracked every single place your car went, is tracked every place you stopped. It's not good enough for facial recognition from that altitude, but it can track your car. It can find out where you're kind of going. This was in development. I was kind of shocked the whole thing wasn't classified and they were able to just tell us about the existence of the program through some videos on YouTube. Now, where it actually went could be highly even more classified. In fact, it's probably been deployed. So I'm sort of looking for these systems with my camera. This system is probably parked above us in these big cities. So they have wide area permanent surveillance. Now, if you take that out of Cessna or anything that requires gas, and you can put it in something that's up there that cannot be detected, then it's up there for good. So what's the point of this? Well, maybe it's not us that they're watching, right? So think that you have one of these parked over Phoenix. You have one over LA, Chicago, San Francisco, all these big cities over 1 million people. And it's up there, say, 50,000 feet. It's looking down. Now what you have created is you tell the public it's for crime. It ain't for crime. Maybe not, human. It could be for monitoring aliens. So then here comes, a couple of years ago, we would have called them a Tic Tac. And then last year, we would have called them a drone. Now they're going to call them an egg. These come in 30, 40,000 feet. Can't see them from the ground. Government has above it wide area permanent surveillance system. That means that from here on out, if this UFO wants to fly over the city, it has to enter a government dragnet system. The government has had these up with the NRO, National Reconnaissance Organization, through satellites, but you got limited ability of optics. But if you get them in lower, not even in orbit, then permanent surveillance. Now, one city you can look up is Sioux Falls, South Dakota. They did an experiment just a couple of years ago where just outside of Sioux Falls, one of these little towns outside, like Brookings or one of those little satellite towns with like 100 people, had a base station. And in this base station, they decided to put up a Zeppelin blimp with wide area surveillance on it. And the people of Sioux Falls didn't know about this unless they read these reports. You weren't able to see it. So Sioux Falls has maybe 200,000 or 300,000 people. It's the biggest populated city in South Dakota. We have more people in just one little city around here than that town. So if they have Sioux Falls under surveillance, wouldn't they have us under surveillance? You know the murder rate in Sioux Falls? I don't, but I bet you it's pretty damn low. It's not worth the justification of putting up a permanent Zeppelin blimp to put every person in Sioux Falls under surveillance because somebody might commit a crime. That's wrong. That's Orwellian as it gets. We accuse Iran and North Korea and all this type of countries of doing shit like that when we're the leaders of it. They won't, they just admit it. If they're doing Sioux Falls, then they're doing bigger towns. So I don't believe at all that they're doing this because you can't stop murders or solve, all these crimes from like 60, 70,000 feet. But you can fuck with UFOs. You can tell them that you will not enter our airspace anymore unchecked. That the United States from say 1940 up to 2020 lost complete control of its airspace. They had no idea what's coming and going, but in an attempt to get it back, they deployed these mass surveillance systems over all these towns and told them it's because of the poor people we're protecting you from, when it's probably not that at all. Because when have you seen somebody brought before Superior Court and said, hey, the reason we got you here is from evidence from the Zeppelin blimp? Just like we were talked about told years ago about Stingray devices, these devices that intercept cell phone towers. And they would never bring these cases to court because they were illegal. Now we found out China cloned them and they got them all over cell phone towers. Yeah, Dave Altman. Dave Altman's he's a guy who's got his hand in a little bit of everything. He can tell us, Dave could probably tell us the Goonies 2 script, because apparently the Goonies 2 is being made. I don't know. Corey Feldman keeps saying it's not, unless they plan on making that without Corey Feldman and the rest of the cast. They've done that before. The guy who played Shaggy in Scooby-Doo, they didn't tell him they made a Scooby-Doo sequel. They made it without him. Been at this for a while. I think I've been at this for like 7 or 8 hours. And I'm hungry and I'm tired. And I'm going to wrap this up and go check the pulse and make sure Rhonda's still alive in the other room. Hasn't left me for a crop circle researcher. actually happened to a friend of mine. And he's, Jesus Christ, man, he's dead too. I'm not going to say who it is because I'm not going to. You guys, if I say who it is, you guys are going to. I know Renee is going to know who it is. You're going to. I remember him. Okay. He filmed a really good UFO. It got debunked later. And his wife left him for a crop circle researcher. I couldn't fucking believe it. He goes, of all the people, I was just, why not just some do it at a country bar? But no, it had to be another ufologist. That's hurt. That's gotta hurt. How many people here would be happy if you were a Bigfoot researcher and your wife left you for Jeremy Corbell or something? You know, I don't know. You wouldn't be happy. You know, yeah. Of all the people. So anyway, they got back together again. So they made it. So they did get back together again before they died. I'm telling you, man, it is not good to be in ufology. This is not healthy. This is not healthy. Everybody has fucked up diseases. The shit, fucking diseases they gotta come up with names for because no one knows what the name of this shit is yet. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm just trying to. You got to put in the hours. You know, television shows think sometimes they can just show up and you look. I did an interview with a guy named Patrick. He's got a massive UFO channel with over 100,000 subscribers. And you guys have never heard of him. I guarantee it. You have never heard of this channel. I told him, I fucked up. I told him everything. I should have kept my mouth shut. But we did a Phoenix Lights interview because he saw what George Knapp did. So he's like, well, I want to do everything Knapp did. So let's do the same thing. Come in everything. But I told him a lot more than I told George Knapp. Now I'm thinking, Jesus Christ. I hope that shit don't make it in the edit now. No one's going to believe me any after they see what I've said. Same shit I just said on this channel, but anyway. Yeah, that'll come out. He interviewed everybody. He interviewed Jim De La Tesso. He interviewed Dr. Lincoln Tai. Yeah, all the March 13th people. Yeah, all those people. Yeah, that's probably tough. I usually get more stuff in the daytime, though. More stuff. And we're about to set a record next week with no rain. So hopefully it's going to rain. I want to really film some lightning storms, some heavy-duty weather through this system. Let's see. The new camera that went up is IP67, which is sealed. So what that means is you can take the camera and you can submerge it entirely in 4 feet of water without water egression. But you can't go 5, right? So that's one. That one's sealed. The other cameras are, let's see, the one with the windshield wiper. I crazy glued some shit on that. It looks stupid, but fuck it. You know, that should be sealed. And then the other one, the 4K one, I got to go do nope and throw grocery bags over it when it rains because otherwise they fill up with water. Yeah, crop circles. Crop circles used to be a thing, huh? You think, hey, Mr. Bubble, what if your wife or your husband, whatever you got going there, left you for a cattle mutilation researcher? You know what? Weird. Richard Haynes. You know, you guys read any books? I'm on a couple of books. I got asked if I was a star child. I had asked what the fuck that was. I don't know. And I guess that's a person who's been born here who came from another planet. Yeah, Bruce. I remember Bruce. Bruce is cool. So I don't know. So I got a book called a used book called Star Child just to do some research on it. That's by Brad Steiger. There's another book I was looking for. Now, I might already own it. I couldn't find it. I have a lot of books that are stolen from me because I have rare books. So people, you know, A lot of people come and go, and then stuff comes and goes with them. Another book, Brad Steiger, I think, wrote a book on triangular craft a long, long time ago. I've been really wanting to hit that one again. About to read, but one at a time. I'm going to do In Plain Sight, and then I think I'm going to do Star Child. I have Leslie Kean's book, but it's paperback. I can't fucking read that. I'm sorry. It's too small print. I'm old. Can't read that shit. I need hardcover. And then Tom DeLonge's books, Secret Machines. I want to get that one going. Try and go through, like, because you got it. If you're going to watch the specials, you got to read the books. You got to read the books. And I knew a lot of ufologists who haven't read any books. None. I mean, they don't know who Richard Haynes is. Know who Leo Sprinkle was. Leo Sprinkle was one of the foremost experts on crash retrievals. I mean, if we forget our UFO history, then why even go into the future if you're just going to forget tomorrow, right? Cool. Wait. You got here for a library. You know it's hard to read. Yeah, Stanton Friedman, actually, I got to meet him once. He was one of the only people that flew to my house to investigate Bubba. Wait, there was him and there was another TV show. But him and I think his son's name is Kimball Friedman. I just remember they're from Canada. And Stan was cool because, like, when Stan got here, they said he's in the car sleeping. I'm like, what? Stan Friedman's here and he's sleeping in front of my house? They said, well, Stan don't do fake stuff. So they said, what we're going to do is he's going to knock on the door and we're going to film him and just do the introduction. How you doing? Come on in. But Stan doesn't act. So we're not going to film it and then redo it again and get a shot after shot after shot. We just, I was his dad. So Stanton's son was executive producer of that. And he had done a lot of wildlife stuff for the Discovery Channel. So he was telling me how much it costs to make something for Discovery Channel versus UFO. So I kind of got an inside track on that. But anyway, Stan came in, met him. He was cool. He didn't give a shit about UFO footage. Nothing. And I don't give a shit about documents that have blackout paper. But if I showed you some documents, he would go apeshit over that. Just like I would go apeshit over UFO footage. So I'm showing him this footage of Bubba, and he falls asleep on the couch. And I'm thinking, shit, man, it's Stan, he's falling asleep. I didn't get a selfie. I don't have no proof this happened. Fuck. Anyway, it was cool. The next night, they leave. Bubba shows up. So that's how it was. They don't show up when the camera crew's here. They show up the next night. But yeah, I got to meet Stan. Stan was cool. He was old school. I'm glad at least he got to see some of this before he passed on. Hold on, I'm signing into X before I go. See what add reality check onto my X list. Or, it's hard to call it. Wait a minute. Shit. Get everything fixed here. Oh, I hit follow on you, reality check. Following that. I don't know how much I'm going to be on Twitter, to tell you the truth. It's what I noticed is like something I picked up from Dave Altman. You can get angry from that place. It's like, were you happier before you got in here, or do you leave with your blood pressure? Like, a lot of us have those blood pressure home tests. Take your blood pressure before you get on social media, and then take your blood pressure when you're hitting the close button. I bet you it went up. Anyway, I'm going to close down. This has been fun talking and rapping. We learned a lot. We learned about rap music. We learned about UFODAP doesn't work the shit at night. Chris O'Brien started UFODAP. Planes flying in are about minus 20 or so. Here, no UFOs tonight. I'm calling bullshit on psionics and them getting your UFO to surrender itself. Self-driving UFOs don't land, and then when you do summoning, that has to work too. So anyway, it's good. It's fun. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I might do another just daytime only skywatch tomorrow. But yeah, thanks to God, there's so many people that came into the chat. Terry, Renee is always around. Thank you, Renee Cruz. Yeah, Bruce Maccabee, I'll bring him up more. I got to meet him once during the Phoenix Lights investigation. And Reality Check was here. The Kiss Guy Cheeks had a great Star Trek discussion. Everything is neg now. Tommy Tom was around. Eric Moyer, Mark V, more Quavius Studios. I think that's Mr. Bubbletube. Eric Moyer's around. T Fox. Let's try to look here. Lots of pickup. So eventually we're going to have some live UFOs here, and you guys will be sitting here and watching them. And what am I thinking? I got that M video that I shot. That was because Tim Sr. called me on the phone, and I said, dude, I got to go. I got a UFO. Second time with him, I got a UFO. So there's weird workings of when you're trying to skywatch and a third party comes in. That could be some kind of weird thing we don't know yet, but kind of makes this happen. And they were trying that with the guy with the psionic guy, that he was their gifted dude that could make this happen. So it could be you guys watching or the gifted person or something, and I have the cameras hooked up and we get the right combination of a few watchers and shit'll happen. I don't know. I think it's worth the shot, man. But you guys, we'll see you guys next time at 4K Skywatch, and I'm Tom King. Thank you very much for being here tonight.